How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Right. What could possibly go wrong today? Let's see. Mr. Jensen, thank you for the fund contribution. Well, today is test day. Today is let's hope nothing goes horrendously wrong day. There's a strong chance. Yeah, I've made the cam a bit. I've had to do some reconfigurations in OBS a little bit. Yeah, the cam is ever so slightly smaller. For some reason, it got a bit big, and I don't know why. It got a bit big, but I've been tweaking a few things. I want to make it a little bit easier to manage my user interface. Now that we're leveling up, I want to get a few things standardized. I want to be able to go boop, and the camera and all of the UI, or most of the UI elements, disappear completely, and then I go boop, and it comes back. The now playing is tiny. The now playing is kind of meant to be tiny. It's I've done a little bit of a looky. It's legible if full screen. If you've got me in a window, it's a little bit small, but yeah, I know. I'm trying to I'm making some changes. But today is test day. I've had about 2 hours over the entire weekend to play and tinker with things. So out with the old. The 3070 is now out. It has not made its way back into the second PC yet. But the old graphics card is out. The new one is in. I'm hoping nothing goes wrong. The title is readable, the art is less so. We might have to tweak with it a little bit then. We'll see. I'm kind of feeling about changing the whole camera layout thing anyway. I think I've used this one for way too long now. I think it's time for a bit of a refresh. But anyway, that's tomorrow's job. Today is seeing if the game works. That's the hope. Hope that it works. We will see. You guys, I hope, are going to have game sound. I'm hoping that it just works. I did a few little tests. I tested WoW. I tested Cyberpunk. I tested Satisfactory. I tested, what else have I tested? I installed the new, the enhanced version of GTA 5. I tested Division 2. Across the board, I basically get double the FPS. Oh yeah, my game takes a flipping year and a half to load the first time. I don't know why. It always kind of has done. Takes flipping forever. What I want to do... scaling looks slightly weird. No? No, it's alright. It's fine. Let's put that there for now. Right. Yeah, I'm basically able to get... Oh, gold. Well, that's not a great start, is it? That's not a great start. Oh dear. That's some serious artifacting. Can you guys see that on ABS? Yeah. Okay, well, it's... I would point out, I did have driver issues when I first installed this. Some pretty sizable driver issues, which are clearly still problematic. I fixed them all though, but OBS is another story. Using OBS is another story. We are living in the world of... Yeah, still didn't like that at all. We're living in the world of early adopter problems here. Let's take ray tracing off for a second. No, ray tracing is absolutely fine. We're going to have to drop it back down to DX11. That feels really weird. So yeah, I apologise. Some parts of today are going to be a little bit loopy-doopy all over the place. Right, that has now completely scuffed the scaling. Why is that now scuffed the scaling? Log out, log in again. Log out, log in again. Let's have a little looky here. Let's have a little looky here. World of Warcraft. Oh, you guys don't see this, sorry. Please hold. What do you mean the game isn't optimized? Optimize. Let's change that. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Okay, just load that up again, see if that works. I had some really weird and wacky things going on, being that even though I had to hard install all graphics drivers from my PC before updating, which caused some weird and wackiness to go on. But I've hopefully fixed it. Right, is it going to go spamtastic now? Let's have a little look what the global settings are looking like in here. Max the shit out of everything. DX12. To alleviate some... I wonder if having OBS... I'm thinking OBS is likely to be the cause of all of this, because it didn't do this until I turned OBS on. So I don't actually want to tweak with too much, but... let's just cross our fingers, shall we? If today ends up being completely scuffed, I apologise way in advance. But yesterday I was helping my sister-in-law move house. Day before that, it was a family member's 50th birthday. So I've had very little time over the weekend to play. And if I had more time, I would have done some of this before loading up the stream, but Monday turned up too quickly. Are we saved? Are we saved? It's thinking about it. Are we saved? Yeah, I've in essence do it. Oh no, we are not saved. We are not saved. We have got disco light shows all over the shop. Disco light shows. Disco light shows. Disco. Let's put it on auto detect. Then, because it does weird things, we go window. Oh yeah, I think it's I think it's got quite something to do with OBS, you know. Oh, excuse me. Right, then we go back to full screen. Okay. And we're golden, and you guys are back as well. Yeah, so in essence, most, when it works at least, the, basically I can crank everything to max and my FPS doubled. Second to that, I also did a little bit of a playtest yesterday. I can even go as far as absolutely cranking the render scale, which doesn't make much difference now. But if we move up to 4K, at least it was a good test, a good indication that we can play the game at 4K quite comfortably as well. Clearing the DirectX shader cache, yes, probably, possibly. A, I have no idea how to do that. B, I think whilst running and recording a live stream, it's probably a bit risky. These are all very, very good reasons for me to offload the stream to the second PC, isn't it? So I don't have to, we can do all of this properly, but it seems to work fine now. Who turned the storm on? We don't need flipping storms knocking about, game.
How may I aid you?
But yeah, the biggest thing I've noticed is that WoW seems to quite comfortably consume nearly 8 gig of VRAM these days. Like, given the option to, you crank everything. 6.2 gig of video RAM. VRAM is being chunked with a single instance of the game running, which is probably why on my own graphics card that had 8 gig of VRAM, it was struggling to push things to max whilst maintaining a sensible frame rate. That's the wrong table. What's the inky... Do I have any inky brightness potion businesses? I don't like all of this dark business going on. There we go. There we go. Some colour, some vibrancy. It's still raining, but it's colourful and vibrant. You can make everything bright again, but it doesn't turn the rain off. Funny. Okay. We can live with that. Bakoto, good morning. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Let's get some tinkering done before we do much else. What do we need for that one? Sure, go. Start disk cleanup shader cache. Select the drive you want to clean up. DirectX shader cache. Download temporary internet doodahs. Temporary files, get rid of you. Yeah, go. Right, you do you in the background, right? But yeah, when it works, everything is much smoother, much more shiny, much more polished. It's going to, I can already tell, it's going to frustrate me massively. The fact that I know the vibrancy and the color, and the frame rate and resolution, it's all there. This machine to my right has the ability to do it now. This screen in front of me, though, looks dog. Now, that's not going to make much of a difference to what you see, but, to me, it's wildly annoying that my main game screen is poor. So that's, give it a month or two, that's clearly going to have to be the next upgrade, I think. Abso-friggin-lutely. But just the little details and stuff, like all of the when you crank up all of the shadows and everything and turn RTX on, things just start to look a lot more, well, realistic isn't the word, but extra cartoony, I guess. High fidelity cartoony. Is that a word? I'm going to use that. I need jewel crafting book, leatherworking book. I've got to get back into the habit of doing my work orders every day. We're never going to max these professions if I don't spend any time doing them. Engineering, herbalism, inscription, jewel crafting, and leatherworking.
My thanks for your patronage.
Got AOTC last night. Took us 24 pulls to take down Galliwix. Makes it the easiest last boss since Shadowlands. GG. Congratulations. That's big. Fake frames on. WoW doesn't support DLSS. So no, unfortunately not. No fake frames. No fake frames.
My directive is to serve you. Return and peruse my
Was checking the mechanic amounts. Some are down to 2 to 2.5 mil on some servers. Yeah, they're really getting crushed now in price, especially on the EU by the looks of things, which is fun times, honestly. As that sort of means that some people are going to get themselves a bit of a bargain if they're after those mounts, because some of those are remarkably cheap. And I also suspect that this is always the way that this sort of stuff works, right? You get a big influx of stuff at the beginning, because people who've been playing the game in the new zone, people who've been leveling up their Dark Fuge reputation, for example, people that have just been playing a lot will have had the chance now probably to, across a couple of characters with a bit of semi-active play, get enough for a single mount, right? And they will take that mount and they will throw it on the auction house and they'll do a deep undercut just to get it sold. The reality is there's a strong chance that any of those people that are selling them at like 2 million gold right now are not going to get another one. Very, very, very unlikely for those players to come across a second one. So when that stock sells through, I'm still confident, knowing everything I know about how to farm these damn things, that you're... I mean, I said pretty much from day one, about 2 to 2.5 mil is about the balancing point, I think, of where they will sit long term. But if you're patient, you'll be able to sell them for substantially more than that. And they will sell for substantially more than that, just because there'll be many servers where you'll be the only one with it listed. So you set the price. Somebody buys it or they don't. I was saying this over on K-Chak stream the other day. I think we as goblins vastly overestimate the amount of people that understand that you can go to other servers and buy stuff cheaper. Most players do not understand realistically that when they go to the auction house and look for something, that it might be cheaper somewhere else. When they do this scan, if there's one and they see it at the price, they either decide they want to pay that or they don't want to pay that, and a purchase decision is made. Half the player base still thinks that mats are per server. Yeah, even people that are getting into goal making still for quite some time are like, oh wait, hang on, mats are on a region. You know, you see it all the time. People are saying, oh well, these mats were this much on my server. Well, they're the same on all the servers. So I'm really not in any rush to sell mine. I've got 2 now. You may do the maths up above and have noticed that I hit 50. In fact, I surpassed 50 with I got 3 on my hunter yesterday. I was playing for about an hour last night, just getting some daily stuff done, seeing if the game actually worked. So yeah, it's I'm in no rush to sell them, and I tend to think that this early supply of them, people just kind of like playing the patch a lot. So many people have been blasting for all of the reps. They've been blasting the zone, killing as many rares, doing all of the scrapping and stuff, all of that sort of things. But once people have like ticked half the boxes, and the only thing that they're left with is farming more miscellaneous mechanica, I'm not convinced there's many people that are going to spend the hours that is needed purely doing just that. Haven't played in the last few days. Is the DDoS only in the US or the EU too? I haven't played in the last few days either. I did see that OnlyFans has basically given up now. Soda's claimed that it's game over for OnlyFans. I think he wanted a good excuse, if I'm brutally honest. And I said from the word go that OnlyFans will last as long as Soda lasts, and as soon as Soda dips, then it's game over. And yeah, the DDoS it's not a good look for Blizzard, really. It's not a good look that the hardcore servers can get DDoSed and literally half the server dies. But it's the risk you play when you play hardcore characters. It's not fun, and it's, like I said, it's not a great look, but... This will be interesting to see on the long run. I start to notice more and more druids killing the rares in the last days. I don't know how long that... Yeah, I've seen last week I saw so many boomkins killing the rares, which is a clear indication that the farmers are at least trying this. Because all of the farmers have relatively geared boomkins for the 2x4 farming. And they're taking those same characters and they're running off and they're killing the rares. Testing the water, you know. They might test it for a few hours. They may see me doing it. They may see K-Chak doing it. They may see anybody else out there doing it. And they may sort of take the idea that, well, maybe they'll run around for a few days on their boomkins. But one thing I know historically is that most farmers don't actually have that many characters. They do all of their farming on 1 or 2 characters. And if you have only 1 or 2 level 80s, you are kind of you've got quite a bottleneck there. If there's only 20 rares you can kill a day because you're limited by character count, you're not going to be very effective at this. You're going to have to then rely on either dumpsters or did I say hamstrung? What did I say? My brain said hamstrung. I swear I said hamstrung. Either that or you're taking the mickey at me. You didn't say a word, I just suggested one. Oh, my brain said hamstrung. What did I say? Hamster? Maybe. They're hamstered. I don't know. But yeah, I think there'll be the more traditional farmers won't get much love out of this. Other than farming, that their only real method is flying around, like driving around, picking up dumpsters. Which I would point out, don't sleep on dumpsters, by the way. I still get 25% of my mechanicas from dumpsters. Rares does feel like a more reliable way, but dumpsters are still pretty juicy. I wouldn't drive past one, put it that way. Oh, did I say bottlenecked? Yeah, there's only 2 words in my vocabulary for that, hamstrung and bottlenecked. I probably chose bottlenecked because it's a more goblin word. I do this sort of thing without thinking these days. Right, anyway, so, let's get into the new... No. I was going to fly into the new zone, but I said I need to do my patron orders on my 4 main tunes first. I need to keep up with my knowledgey stuff. I have this really bad habit that I'll absolutely zerg and I'll blast something, and then I will just, like, drop it completely. And I've done exactly that with, like, all of the professions. I need to not drop them like they're hot. We need to at least keep them ticking over until we've finished that journey. Some of you lot are probably getting max professions by now, right? Surely? I would imagine herbing and mining is there. I've heard rumour mills that both skinning and engineers can be maxed out now. It's going to be a little while for your leatherworkers, probably tailors, probably blacksmiths, due to them having, I think blacksmithing caps out at 800 knowledge points maybe. It's pretty sizable. What are you saying? Oh, have I done some delves on this dude? Huh, pinnacle cache. My paladin's getting a little bit more geared now, look. As well. I was testing this out in running a couple of delves yesterday. Testing out how it works in instance content. And my paladin's starting to get a bit of gear about him. Engineers, alchemy, tailors, and enchanting all done. Yeah, see, this is what I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking now that we're starting to see for some at least, the light at the end of the tunnel. Which I think is pretty cool. Oh, I haven't picked up my weekly flipping. Dear Lord. See, I'm out of practice. Heck, I should even go and spend some flipping concentration, to be honest. Especially with enchanting.
The winds guide you.
Driving specs more into crafters, like 3 leather workers, 3 blacksmiths, and so on. Yeah, I mean, if you've gone that route, then you don't technically need to push sort of every single one of them to max. Although that will be very helpful when it does come to like clumping all of that concentration together and burning it on one thing when that one thing is hot, sort of thing. Right, see if we can remember how we do this, shall we? Craft queue, work orders. Let's get rid of you and you, because absolutely not. Shopping list for that. The weekly bing at the house annoys the fuck out of me. I always forget to pick it up. If it wasn't for, I don't know what add-on it is. It must be no mats, no make, maybe. That gives me that little red text at the top saying, "You have not picked it up. Go pick it up." If it wasn't for that, I'd often just completely forget. Oh, is all we needed a few core alloys? I could have made those myself. Could have and probably should have made those myself. What's going on here? In Dragonflight, they were at the trainers. That's true, actually, yeah. It's one spot for all of the professions, though. In that regard, it's kind of a little bit more easy to manage because you just remember, oh yeah, you got to go there first thing in the week. Pick it up, get it done. Get it gone. Right, we're not doing those. Out of curiosity, let me do a quick recipe scan on blacksmithing. Oh, wait, hang on. Enable concentration, that's what I wanted to do. Cash money and alloys. Cash, money, and alloys. Wow, Sanctified's like 1 gold on your concentration. You're not able to mass produce Sanctifieds at the moment. Or is that such a heavily concentrated market even? Let's get one of you on the go. Let's remember our buttons. Buttons, must press the buttons. We need a Bountiful Seasons one, probably on the go. Quick Hands, probably on the go. We go, oh, we're going to need to make some Q2 alloys then. Well, I've got a bunch of rank 1 bismuth knocking about, so we might as well use it. That will have come from wait, hang on. Made the flipping ignition and then didn't use it. This rank 1 bismuth will have only come from patron orders anyway. Now we're at the point where I think I could probably very comfortably run like 5, 6, 7, 8 accounts if I wanted to again. It's tempting to split these characters out across a few different servers and just set them all to masscraft. It'd be a good stress test for the PC. Let's just make some iron claw, I reckon. Do we go 2s across the board? I'm assuming we just go 2s across the board. It's even claiming to use Q3s up top here in order to stretch that concentration as far as it goes. 8 gold, 41 concentration value. Did you stock up on transfers during the sale? I've usually always got a bunch of transfers. My account's just had, like, every time they've been on sale, I've bought some, and so I've usually just got loads of them. So switching stuff about doesn't really, you know, I consider that sunk cost already. Buttons, all the buttons in the right place. All the buttons in the right place, I think so. It's claiming to use a framework to increase the ingenuity. Do we really want to be doing that? What I really want to be doing before I do any of this, actually, is getting a proper multi-craft. There's a multi-craft ingenuity tool to play. I don't think it makes that much difference, does it? Just take the money and run. Take the money and run. Although I've got 1,800 artisan security. Oh shit, I didn't realise I had that much artisan security on this dude. Well, I need to do something with it. Alright, we'll make that tomorrow's problem. Let's just, let's forge up some of these. If you want to use a framework, use a framework. I'm not convinced it's going to make a huge amount of difference, but once again, I've got them, so just use them. Here's some nice fat, juicy ingenuity proc, multi-craft procs. And we're done. And we're done. Let's go look at here. What are you for the week? 10 gleaming shards. Sod off. Not doing that. You're not having 10 gleaming shards this week. Gleaming shards are money. Cash money. Oh, somebody wants a rune nullstone rod with a real weird assortment of materials. Sure. Never do any, never complete any orders now on the enchanters, so got spares. Oh, nice. Go, go, gadget, go. Right, shatter buff. Wait, hello. Not that one. That one. Get shatter on the go. Authority of the depths is still silly money. We should probably actually switch out to a vial of concentrated ingenuity for this one. Let's see if I can remember the maths on this, shall we? Probably 3's up there. Wow, you're looking to do really weird and wacky splits on the dust. Sure. I mean, I'll do it. That seems like really weird choice. 29 in here. I mean, maths is maths. I'll take it, but maths is maths. Insufficient reagents. Oh yeah, shit. Well, we'll just use Q2 then. Sure, just use Q2. We'll use Q2 because I've got it. I'd also point out the fact that I have these materials already means I paid way less than market price for these. Because these are just mats that are lurking in my guild bank. Or war bank, sorry. Okay, how many did we get out of that? Where did they go? 10. Respectable number. Not going to do the pricing update this week. We'll save it for the final update, but prices on most stuff continued to rise last week to my surprise. Enchant mats went from 135 index to 162. Does that mean you want to delay our little thing, Woo? Obviously, bearing in mind I'm not here next week. Right, that's concentration burnt. Can't delay, really need to be getting on with work after this week. That's fair. Alright, well, we'll have a chat tomorrow. I'm not messing around with any of that business. I suppose we can go get the books.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlet.
Blacksmithing. Which one's enchanting? That one.
My directive has been fulfilled. My directive is to serve you.
Throw those in there. Turn this in.
You wish to speak?
You wish to speak? I wonder how many times I've heard that this expansion. You wish to speak? I'll put all that back on the auction house one day. Today's not the day. Where you been the last few days? Playing any big FPS games with the new card? Well, I traditionally... busy WoW periods does change my schedule a little bit, but traditionally I don't stream over the weekends. I stream Monday through till Friday, and then I take the weekend to actually be a real adult for once. Kind of the opposite to how many people live their lives, but during busy periods of WoW I will bend to those rules. But I was very busy IRL this weekend, so I've not had much time to play with the new toy. The new toy is in, the old one is out, the new one is in. We had some funky business going on at the beginning of the stream. I still need to configure a few things out, clearly with OBS, so it doesn't go loopy-doopies. But generally speaking, all frame rates across the board have doubled. So, happy! Very happy. Let's send these things over to be sold, actually. Those and the alloys, where do they go? Send you over. And probably some of you. Probably those. We'll put the rest in the war bank. But yeah, I did a little test to see just that everything functions, and I've been pretty impressed with it so far. Ginny, welcome in. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. I can't possibly be sat on nearly 2,000 artisan security on this dude. Surely not. Surely the shit I need to buy with artisan security that I haven't. Where does this come from? Core Forge skeleton key. Down south. These are all purchasable off the auction house. None of these are. Yeah. That's an auction house jobby. These are all Spectre stuff, right? None of this comes from Artisan Security. Is it stacking up on this dude? Because I literally have no use for it anywhere. Oh, these come from Charged Slicer, at least. Charged Slicer. Oh, well, hang on. There are some.
Everything has a price.
Charged Face Smasher. Is that the only one?
Time is of the essence.
Well, that's the plate set that's unlocked. So this charged is mostly. I need to continue to remember to do the awakening the machine, don't I? Okay, charge. We need to go down into Kazangar, grab a couple of things. I'm probably completely 100% min-maxed with artisan security on this dude. I just need to go spend it. Yeah, there's a possibility this week that because I'm actually away next week, that we might spend a bit of time outside of World of Warcraft this week, since we've been pretty hardcore for basically the last month now in WoW. We might spend a little time outside of WoW, testing a few other little games. Tempted to do another Cyberpunk playthrough. Where's the trainer down here? Either Cyberpunk or The Division. I don't know why, but I've really got it into my head that I want to go play The Division. Blacksmithing trainer. No. Done the DLC for Cyberpunk yet? I've played some of it. I never got all the way through it. For reasons that I can't remember why. But I never got all the way through it. Wait, hang on. Have I not got the cash on this dude? Whoops. I need 3,000 cash. You can visualize the detection radius of the guards in the city? Huh. I didn't know that was a thing. I will have that. Give me that toy. How much is it? 1,100. Yoink. I didn't know that toy was a thing. Is it literally all it does is put this ring round stuff? There's a toy that literally just puts the ring round. Boop. Fair enough. Oh, we've also got the Everlasting Noggin Fogger Elixir, by the way, which is just genuinely one of the most epic toys, actually, clearly. I was about to ask what's outside of WoW, but Cyberpunk is acceptable. Well, Cyberpunk, Grand Theft Auto 5, enhanced version, The Division 2, they're 3 games that I'm very eager to go and play. Very eager indeed. But I also would kind of like to save some of those until we can play them in 4K. Ooh, shiny. Shiny, shiny. I need a new monitor before that, though. That's going to have to wait a bit of time. I've dipped quite aggressively into the business funds in the last couple of weeks. So I need to refill the pockets a touch. I am preparing ahead of time for GTA 6 coming out later in the year as well. I'm preparing slightly ahead of time. Not something that I was planning to prepare quite so early for, but I was preparing ahead of time for... You bought the new PC then? Well, GTA 6 doesn't come out on PC. It will, but it's not going to launch on it's not going to launch on PC. So my new graphics card doesn't make a difference. But this thing might help. So that thing might help. But this is why the new monitor might have to wait. Or put it this way, I could just go out and buy the new monitor, but I'd probably end up with a divorce. Mantheus won the lottery. No, Mantheus has been saving for about 2 years. I wish I won the lottery. I don't spend money on much. This is why I live for the most part, I live a very modest life. I don't spend money on much. I don't buy extravagant fancy clothes or stuff. We enjoy some good food occasionally, but my job is my hobby. My job is my hobby and vice versa. So that's where I will be happy to spend some money on, but outside of that, very little. Can't lie, not having any kids does help with that, but is there anything with enchanting I need down here before we run off? Vaguely remember these guys have lots of random ass recipes. These are all bought from... Yeah, here we go. 1, 2... There's 2 recipes from the enchanting trainer somewhere. Where's the enchanting trainer? Here? Yeah, there we go, in the house. What do you do for a living? This. No, you're the trainer. Where's the... So I need another 3,000 cash, don't I? Dipping into the cash coffers here. No, okay, bye. Stop. Stop. That's tailoring. My kids are getting cardboard boxes of markers until they're 18. Yeah, kids get expensive pretty quickly. Kids can get expensive pretty quickly. And obviously your priorities change when you have kids. You know, when your kids needs a new pair of shoes, they need a new pair of shoes, you know. I just know to not burn through shoes, for example. It's a subtle difference. Right, 1,200 artisan security left, of which I feel most of that is going to get burnt on recipes for enchanting here. I need to randomly ask farm shit to get these, which isn't going to happen anytime soon. Oil of deep toxins. Wait, hang on. Ashkahet. Oh, Fubar. Where are you? Okay, we'll go back and get that in a minute. Right, Cavalry's March. Cavalry's March. One of you. Scouts Marsh. Oh, that comes from Hallowfall. Auditor Balls. Awakening the Machine. Theatre World Creatures. Right, Algari Deafness, Finesse, Perception, and Resourcefulness. Algari Deafness. Why do you not show them? Deafness. Finesse. Perception. And resourcefulness. That was a good way to burn through a lot of our artisan security, wasn't it? Why are we getting these? Collecting purposes? Yeah, mostly. These are the characters that historically have just collected every recipe in the game. Alts and stuff like that, they just get the recipes they actually need, but my 4 main characters are like the ones that just collect everything. Even if it's for a second time, for example, you know. Concentration profession tools is... Yeah, I have no intention of ever crafting any of these. I just want the recipes. Were you able to sell both the mounts that you got? I don't know. I haven't checked this morning. They could still be listed. They could be sold. I don't know. They're both listed. I'm not being overly competitive on the price, though. I'm in no rush to sell them. You know, it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's money in the bank. And it's money in the bank eventually. I don't need the liquid gold. I would happily maintain being asset rich in that regard. Right, so we do need to go back to Ashgahet to find where this comes from. That's 150. That's 300. That's 450. Okay, we've got enough for those. Is that all I need? Yes. Okay, so that final 450 gets every use of artisan security on these 2 professions, minus maybe an extra tool or something here or there. Right, time to find wherever the hell that is. Back down to Ashgahet. I thought we were going to be done down there, but apparently not. Collecting is the real end game, we all know that. Well, exactly, that's it. For sure. Some of the world event ones, like the Theatre, the Awakening Machine, are on many servers 50 to 75% cheaper than the historical price. Might be a good time to buy them. Yeah, we're still... The market landscape for these recipes is still very clear that it's a bit of a circle jerk between people watching K-Chak's goal-making series and... every man and their dog trying to expand onto many servers to sell things better to others. I need to figure out where this NPC is. Oil of deep toxins. Oil of deep toxins. That one. Oh, it's round here somewhere. Round here somewhere. Oh, the renowned quartermaster. Do you sell it?
Interested in the
Oh my god. Sure, give me all of this stuff. Wow, I've clearly never collected this on this dude. Oh, well, some bonus crests coming my way. Sure.
You are appreciated.
Bonus key.
Do return again. Elix Cottage. Do
Yoink.
return again. You are appreciated. Elix Cottage. You are appreciated.
There we go. I've 8,700 cash, and apparently I need 67,000 more. Dear Lord, it's not going to happen, is it? If we want to collect all the mounts and stuff, I'm going to have to get slightly more hot at farming this cash up, you know. What am I looking at here? Shoulders.
Elix Cottage.
Right, that's one. What else was I missing? Oh, Hallowfall. Aloria Steel Strike. She's the quartermaster as well, isn't she? Where the hell's the flying master around here? Take me to Hallowfall, please. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Whoops. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. What are we up to today? Tinkering. I'm not doing anything overly serious today because this is kind of a bit of a test stream to make sure that my graphics card doesn't melt and burn. I am not going to be doing anything too serious. Getting a few weekly things out of the way, maybe a couple of delves. Maybe we'll go kill some rares on a few characters to see if we can get any more Mechanicas. I said to myself, once I hit 50 Mechanicas and get that second mount, the second out of the 3, I'll slow down a little bit with hardcore farming them all day, every day. I don't think it's it's not interesting for me and it's not interesting for you. I don't think hardcore farming rares every day. So I'm getting a few other little bits and bobs done. Catch up on the professions, which we've kind of let sort of slack for a little while. If Stormdust rank 2 price does not go down in 10 days, I'm going to be in trouble. Oh, in terms of that you'll burn through your stockpile of it. Well, I can tell you this much, that even buying Stormdust rank 2 off the auction house and using it for concentration, you're still making absolute bank as of right now. So I wouldn't say you're in too much trouble. Your profit margins may get squeezed a little bit, but opportunity cost Andes would probably point out that your profit margins are a little bit ballooned, because you could alternatively just sell the dust without doing any of the effort. Are you who I'm looking for? No. That means you're up in this hut then. You're around here somewhere. There we go. Oh, Lord have mercy. We haven't done this on this dude either.
The darkness comes. We are prepared. Always be prepared. For the Empire. Always be prepared. The darkness comes. We are prepared. For the Empire. The darkness comes. We are prepared.
I don't even know why I was here. This? Probably. Would I not also need this? Yes.
For the Empire.
Is that ATT that's showing the X near the uncollected items? No. I think that's can I mog it? Although ATT does something similar. Right, these are all Spectre. These are all Spectre. These also... Oh, awakening the machine. We should probably do that one then. Probably get into the habit of doing that, unless the charged crusher recipe is remarkably cheap. Never farm for anything you can just buy. Charged crusher. Recipes. Uncollected. Charged crusher. I'm not going to argue 5k. Get it done. One, two, three, four, all less than 10k a piece. Now, for less than 10k a piece, I tend to live by the theory I'd just buy them. Okay, filling up on Matt's, not Matt's recipes now. World event recipes are one of the indicators that this patch is being played quite a lot. I expected the 0.2 to 0.5% drops of these events to have reached the lowest price, but most are still dropping lower because of supply flood. Binding of Bindings, which is a 0.2% from the theatre event, has been 50k plus for a while and is now easily 15k or less. It's good to see people playing. It's real good to see people playing. Like I said, it was a bit of a weird one from a viewer perspective that the new raid was significantly easier. Why am I getting credit for these? I was just lurking here and somehow getting credit for this. Did I pick up a quest to do this or something? I must have done.
Stay productive in the light, vigilant in the night.
Could also be the artisan's bag dropping the recipes. Possibly, but I don't think there's that much of an influx of those. It's realistically only like top level sweaty goblins that are getting those on a regular basis and cashing them in, I think. But I might be mistaken. Sale rate drops to 0.01 or 0.02%, but it can be worth holding back a stock of those quote-unquote premium recipes for next expansion when prices will rise again. Still an odd collector going and snapping them up if they've skipped the expansion. Yeah, Yeah, there's not that I want to talk about this in too much detail, but like there are still some recipes that elude me. Not for this character particularly, but there are some things that I would still be interested in, which are significantly more on the pricey end. The elemental lariat recipe still eludes me. Wow, 114,000 gold is the sale average at the moment. I should region-wide check this and just see if there's one on the going on the cheap. Took us 3 hours to take down the one-armed bandit in heroic last night. Even then, we had some friends jump in with a few of their mythic guildies. I hear the next one's even more difficult. Well, it's a fun raid as well, from what I've heard. It's generally a fun raid to progress on, which is good news. But it still does mean there's only 8 weeks life in the patch, right? Let's not forget that we're still in the honeymoon phase of the first month, which is fun times. Literally the best time in this game is when everything's just pumping, right? Everything's absolutely pumping. How have I not got the sword recipe? Didn't I just buy that? I'm convinced I just bought that. Or was that not even on the auction house and so I couldn't buy it? Cheapest lariats, 330k. Yeah, I'm not paying that. I'm not paying a whole token for it. Oh, it was on the auction house. It was above my threshold of price. That's why. 140k for Sanctified Steps still. Jesus. Sheesh. 150k regional sale average on that and all. That's crazy money. Collected some data yesterday, sat on more than 1,700 recipes now. Good moment to make up some stock. That's it. The cross-realm arbitrage thing tends to have a bit of a weird, almost an opposite approach to things. In terms of when most people, you know, when the game is at its most active, that's actually one of the best times to be buying stuff up, and then you slowly trickle sell it all out when the game is less active, because those items then are in their highest supply right now. Like the I know it's not necessarily recipes, but like all the transmog, for example, from the new zone, is just flooding the auction house right now. I wonder how long it will be before people start looking at that and going, you know what, we're going to hoover. Well, I know some people already are, but at what point somebody determines that the market is so cheap, they're just going to buy it all, sweep it all up. It's a bit risky doing it now as people are still hyper farming the zone, but when things start to get quieter, because what is it, like literally the anything has the it's all called gold plated something, isn't it? Yeah, it's all gold plated stuff. All of this, for example, has relatively interesting appearances. These are items that are somewhat unique enough to have some pretty long-lasting appeal from a transmog perspective, and some of it is bargain basement cheap now. Flipping traffic lights, look. Some of it's really quite cool. gold plated stuff is too common, but there is potential in the other stuff. Yeah, it's very common right now. And if you look at ATT, not necessarily all of it comes with a unique appearance, which is always problematic. But a lot of the recipe or the appearance alternatives are the 610 catch-up gear, which a lot of people won't really farm for particularly. The farm makes me a little bit nervous that it'll actually create a steady supply even in the future. Well, that's true, that if people do still try and farm miscellaneous Mechanicas, then there will never really be a shortage of that gear, even though it is kind of cool looking. The real advantage of waiting till it gets dirt cheap and then hoovering it all up is that you hoover it all up when the supply basically disappears, so that you hoover it all up to have that monopoly effect on, right, I've got 200 of these, the rest of the EU has none of them, if you want one you buy it from me sort of situation. And then you get to set the price. Am I done on this dude from my little blast of getting the rest of the recipes? I think I am. Severed thread packed. I have no idea what that means. I need to look into that in more detail. World drop. That's going to be expensive, us. Storm Rider's agility comes from the theatre event. Awakening the machine. Okay. Oh, there's one more for Artisan Security. Oh, we've got 12. Wow, did I burn nearly 2,000 Artisan Security on recipes? Sheesh. Okay, well, that was long overdue. Well, in that case, then I guess we are done. Does this dude... next question. Does this dude have any need for any more delves this week? Where's the button I'm looking to press? This one. I could do with doing at least one, well, by the looks of things, at least one more tier 8, at the very least, in order to push this to 649. I'm not going to fill his entire row, because that's far too much like hard work. Any bountiful delves nearby that are not gross? Why do they not show on my map? Is that because there isn't any? Oh. Excavation site 9? Let's go do excavation site 9. If there was a token mount dropping in Corthia, shoulders wouldn't be 600k at the moment. Well, see, that's it exactly. If there was 3 incredibly lucrative mounts in Corthia, you could bet your ass that people would still be farming it like crazy. Seems like the farm groups are saying that 1,000 market research per hour. I don't see that as being too outlandish of guesstimation. 1,000 market research an hour. Let me do some quick napkin maths here. Is it 4,000? It's 10k box, isn't it? You need 10,000 rep a box. So that's 20 turn-ins. So 2,000 rep per box, which at 1,000 market research an hour is 2 hours of farm to get a box, which at the moment 2 hours farm for a box, which seems to average you 1 miscellaneous Mechanica. So you're looking at 1 miscellaneous Mechanica every 2 hours. So 50 hours to farm a mount. 50 hours to farm a mount. 50 hours to farm a mount. Then let's say you sell them out for 2 million gold. You're making 40k an hour, which is more competitive than herbing and mining. It's more competitive, but you have to sink 50 hours into doing it before you potentially get anything. And everything rests on the sale of a 2 million gold mount. If you don't sell that mount for 2 million gold, you've made nothing for 50 hours of effort. Let's not forget 50 hours of farming is more than a full working week. You have to sink more than a full working week in. Simultaneously to that, it's a 2x4 rep, 2x4 farm predominantly, which also means you're relying on 7 other people, 15 other people if you try and 4x4 it, which I think is also possible. So yeah, that's not going to happen for very long. That's not happening for very long. Most of those farmers will give up the ghost on that one. You'll find that it will be popular until people hit Exalted, but people are not going to be doing that once they've hit Exalted purely for those boxes. They might do it for a little bit to get the mount from the Paragon boxes, but they're absolutely not going to do that long term for Miscellaneous Mechanica. No shot. No shot are people going to, farmers will go do something that's far more reliable. They're not going to take 40k an hour with all of that, all of that risk riding on one item. They'll just go herbing and mining, or they'll go back to a 2x4 cloth farm, or they'll go to a 2x4 skinning farm, which gives them, income on the hour, every hour, with materials that sell instantly. No way they're going to keep up with that long term. The Paragon boxes will be the additional bonus for those players who are killing rares and farming dumpsters. It will never be something that you target farm those boxes, because there's just better farms. There's just better farms. So, yeah. There'll be a burst of activity, rep farming, which will generate Miscellaneous Mechanica, but I don't really think those people are laser focusing the Miscellaneous Mechanica. They're getting to Exalted, they're getting their Matrix Cloak, and then maybe farming a few boxes until they get the mount, and then they're done. Then every time one person is done, that makes it harder for everybody else to find that group, is my guesstimation with that. So this is what I mean. There'll be that surge, there'll be that initial surge of activity with this, an initial hype period, and an initial blast of these mounts that will be available. They'll get listed very cheap, around the 2 million mark, because people will want to post them for the cheapest price they can in order to get it sold nice and quick. But long term, people ain't going to be doing that. A 2-hour farm for 15 pet charms. Yeah, if you don't get anything else out of it, yeah.
Go!
Yeah, boxes were seemingly giving 1 to 2 Mechanica. 1 to 2 Mechanica, but I've still strongly of the belief that that's not guaranteed. I've seen people get 1s, I've seen people get 2s, but I've also heard of people getting 0s. I'm intrigued to find out from those who do get the boxes. I'll test this clearly myself in time, but that if you get the mount out the box, do you get anything else out the box? Is the mount a bonus to anything on top of what you normally get, or is it that you might get the mount instead of getting the Mechanica? And the irony is that once you've got the mount once, getting the mount again is just a complete dead box. So we will have to test. My rep with the Dark Fuge is not there yet. I'm 14 out of 21k into Revered, so another few days of farming. I've probably got, to be fair, some currency. I've got nearly 500 market research, so that's another 2,500 rep. I'm about 16, 17k in. I'm a little bit slower to test this because I'm doing other things. And like I mentioned, I was basically 100% AFK over the weekend, so... I'm thinking, actually, this dude has got enough gear now that I should probably be doing 11s on him as well. I just didn't think about it. Oh, shit. Treasure crab. And K-Chak has kind of parroted a similar opinion on this, that there seems to be a strong hype season right now with the new zone, which will and always does bring in an abundance of stuff that comes from the zone. Even if it is like 25, 50 hours worth of farm, there's people who are comfortably putting that amount of time into the zone right now because it's the new current zone. Yet we know historically that players complete things and then move on to other things. And I don't think there's going to be that many people that will actually continue farming the zone much after they've ticked most of the boxes. If the only box they still have left to tick is the one that is farm for 50 hours to collect, you know, to get a mount, they might not do it. And this will mean that you don't feel obligated. This is the thing I would probably say. Don't feel obligated to play this price war on these mounts right now. Since the once you've got the mount, I've never failed to sell a mount in my life ever, right? It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. And that will mean if you don't necessarily... If you're not so broke that you need that gold right now, just kind of hang fire a little bit, because there's plenty of time. What's not plentiful is my health. What's going on there? Brand, do brand things. Ouch! That hurt. Where's this thing I'm meant to be? Oh, have you... Where's this ambassador? Are you run away now? Are you happy? You good? You must be good. .603 staffs rings next. Those are worth 5k each. Dumpsters are your best bet for that Mog stuff. When I've been proactive about farming dumpsters, I can get 30, 40k an hour in mediocre average Mog, while simultaneously giving myself the chance to get Mechanicas out of dumpsters. I've now had significant enough Mechanicas out of dumpsters that I don't believe they're sub 1% drop rate. Because there is absolutely no way that I've opened... For the amount of miscellaneous Mechanicas I've got from dumpsters, I can't possibly have opened, like... I mean, how many is it? I guess we can put actual numbers to this, can't we? Since I've been tracking... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30, 20... I've been tracking my last 25 miscellaneous Mechanica. And of those... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of my last 25. So pretty much a third, quarter at the very least, of my miscellaneous Mechanicas have actually come from dumpsters. So I wouldn't snooze on them. I certainly wouldn't. I'm not convinced it's worth farming for them, much like the rep farm side of things. I don't think it's really worth target farming dumpsters. Because I do think the drop rate is still low enough to not really make that particularly worthwhile. But you know, it's still definitely an option. And it's something that as you're killing rares and as you're farming up market research, it's just a nice little bonus on top. It's just another bonus on top. Stack all these bonuses up whilst you're predominantly focusing on rares. I think that's still going to be the best long-term way of getting them. Did you not go home yet? Go home yet?
Talk to me.
Isn't that type a more reliable farmer balancing factor if later the mount price goes very high and the farm starts to become a very competitive gold per hour compared to other farms? Would that attract farmers and make the price go down again? Well, yeah, it is a bit of a balancing act. It's a bit of a balancing act, but farmers historically, the reason they're farming is because they don't really like taking many risks, right? There's the gambling approach. Look at transmog farmers, right? We're dealing pretty aggressively with stereotypes here, but transmog farmers like to get that big dopamine hit of getting something that's worth something. They will farm for days and days and days and days and days to get that big dopamine hit. But what they're also, in theory, doing is getting a steady supply of mini dopamine hits along the way, right? With all of the little bits of transmog, all your 500 gold, all your 1,000 gold bit of transmog that people farm up, regardless of the fact that it's worth nothing until you sell it, it's still a bit of a dopamine hit for these players, right? It's a dopamine hit of getting that, you know, getting that thing that is worth something. Miscellaneous Mechanicas are worth nothing until you've got 25 of them, which isn't going to provide the same buzz, realistically. It's not going to give that same buzz to those players, meaning they're not going to be... they're not going to have the same desire to do it. So yeah, I'm still pretty convinced the market's relatively safe long term. And even if they up the drop rate, that also doesn't matter. You know what? Doesn't matter, because if they up the drop rate for somebody else, they've upped the drop rate for me too. It's a win-win. The only loss if they up the drop rate is on any outstanding stock that you've farmed for at the lower rate and yet to sell. That you're then unfortunately just going to have to take, you know, a bit of a loss on your efforts to get that stuff. But that's an initial problem. That doesn't change the long term much at all. I bet the gold per hour on the BFA mounts is probably 40k plus. Doesn't mean that people do it. Yeah, like BFA mounts still, like it's the same logic that farmers tend to like. People who like farming or urban mining kind of farmers like that steady, reliable income of gold. More risky farming in terms of like transmog, but transmog has to come with that dopamine hit. Neither of those two things are really on offer with these mounts. And BFA mounts are more attractive because you get that dopamine hit in one go, right? If you're out farming BFA mounts, you might spend hours and hours and hours killing mobs and get basically nothing. But when the mount drops, boom, you've got a mount. Miscellaneous Mechanica, oh my god, I died. Was that that wasn't... Miscellaneous Mechanica has the problem that you got to get 25 of them. Like, you might get 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, but like getting the grind to get 25 is unreal. People aren't going to want to do that very often. Farmers do what student tells them is the best. There's an element of that for sure. What are we doing here? Just slaying more stuff and I need to find one more dude. Ouch, something in there really hurts. Is it the fact that this dude's gone into like rage mode? I get to pay attention to so few of the actual mechanics when I play with my hunters that whenever I'm not playing a hunter, I'm like, shit, these mobs actually do stuff. Flat out ignore half the mechanics usually. Golden Domain is 300 to 400k, up from 100 to 150 at the start of the expansion. That's big money again. Big money again. Oops. Yeah, I meant to not run into those, aren't I? Right, you're good. Skip past all of this lot. Oh, we've pawned somebody. And like the crafting professions where you have to build worksheets, calculators, and apparently have a PhD in maths to work out if you're even making profit or not, or know somebody with a PhD or masters in maths that can write an add-on for you. Crafting is yeah, each you know, there's lots of different methods of gold making, and they all have slightly different appeals to different people for different reasons. There are some people that will dabble with a little bit of all of it, but for the most part, people tend to like find a thing that they enjoy and then just go out and do that. These Mechanicas are offering something very, very different. These Mechanicas are offering something that is to the gold makers that either have large multi-box setups, that have no initial need for the gold, but will happily spend some time to get a thing that might take 6 months to a year to sell, but is worth so much that it's, you know, sure, fine, do it sort of thing. But it doesn't really tick the boxes for farmers or sort of even transmog grinders. Still doesn't really sort of have quite the same effect. I might need to pay attention here for a second. I remember last time the trick to this was just kill the tentacles, but I'm taking way more damage than I expected to here. Alright, let's get you out the way. I don't think this mine rend is something I want on me. So you stop doing whatever you're doing. Is Bran dying yet? No, Bran's still alive. We're fine. Burn this dude down. Right, now we can kill boss. I vaguely remember at this point you just kill him and it's fine. Set up a 10% profit, crafting operation, and boom, problem solved. Just gather the recipes. I mean, the overly simplified way, yeah. The biggest problem is setting up that operation, because it is very loosey-goosey on how you calculate your actual profit margins these days, because you have such a wide variance in your crafting costs depending on what procs, what doesn't proc, and how many proc stats you have available to you. It's very loosey-goosey. And even spreadsheets are working towards averages. You know, there's no. It is at the end of the day just maths, but it's just maths that has a variancy, which is why it's more tricky these days. Why, if you're not doing it at scale, you're almost set to lose unless you're doing. Was that a BOE? Oh, that's a nice warbound wing. Warbound wing. Oh, did I just get this right now? My Delver's Bounty, I did. That's annoying. Well, that means I'm doing at least one more delve this week on this dude. Good, but annoying. Can I press this now and would a box randomly appear? Is that a thing? Or is the fact that I've killed the boss and spawned the... Alright, well, we're doing one more delve this week. Have to press it before the last boss. Oh, my bouncing grenade is now 4 of 4.
Nice find.
639 braces. Champion. Upgrading my 8 of 8 adventurer ones. Yes, please. I need to decide where I send this 626 veteran ring. Because that's going to be... If it wasn't for the fact I already had one of those on myself, that's going to be a very useful little ring for an alt. Alright, I'm doing one more delve apparently. Was not in my plans, but, you know, sometimes plans change. The old world crafting's much easier. You'd be surprised how much people spend on that old world mods. True, but a lot of people who are big on selling old school mods have noticed that within the first 6 months of this expansion, they're at literal historic low points in sales. K-Chak is the best person to ask about this because he's posting an ungodly amount of stuff on an ungodly amount of realms. And he's indicating that the amount of time he gets a big ticket sale in his mailboxes is way less than it has been. Do we go do the Underkeep? The Underkeep or Nightfall Sanctum? I want to go do Nightfall Sanctum, actually. So there's still a... and this is probably because the savvier... I know I'm quite often saying that we overestimate the amount of people that know and use the Undermine Exchange. But without question, there is that top tier collector that would be willing to spend some gold on a piece of Mog they don't own. Probably has quite quickly learnt about the Undermine Exchange. What you're hoping for is that just completely fresh, relatively new to the game, but has somehow got a lot of gold. The players who end up falling into boosting, by the way, are the absolute best people, are probably the people that spend ludicrous gold. If you get into boosting as a way of making gold, your perception of value in this game gets completely broken by boosting. Anybody that made a lot of gold during Shadowlands selling legendaries probably suffers with the same thing. That when you were selling 5 million gold worth of stuff every day, if you opened a mailbox and it only said 3 million gold, you were like, oh, boo, bad day in the office. It's 3 million gold, motherfucker, right? This is the thing. Boosting, people who make a lot of gold via boosting have the same problem. That they're dealing with so much gold all the time. They're seeing so much gold flow in, but they then also, the people who make a lot of gold with boosting are some of the biggest spenders as well. And boosting, I've always thought, is a bit of a circle jerk. That people who get good at boosting and spend a lot of time making gold with boosting are then also the people who then will spend a lot of the gold that they make on boosting as well. So, you know, what's the phrase? Don't get high on your own supply. I think is very predominant in the boosting community. But if you're spending, you know, if you're making 5 million gold a week boosting, but you're spending 3 million gold a week also on boosting, to spend 500k on a transmog, 1 million gold on a transmog, or 2 million gold or 5 million gold on a mount that you want is so normal to you to spend that amount of gold. So I'd imagine it's some of those type players who are some of the biggest spenders in the game as well. I have a really good friend who does boosting, leveling, and dungeons. Usually about 1 million gold for 1.5 hours. Yeah. I mean, if you figure the shit out and you know. Boosting, it's not something that I've ever really promoted, advertised much. I've never done it myself. And it's usually because it's just not my game. Like I said, everybody has their game. For me, historically, crafting has been my bread and butter. And the thing that I enjoy doing and sort of like playing the auction house and that sort of stuff. But it's if boosting's your game, there's a lot of gold to be had in it, and that's for sure. Did I put my map on? I swear I did. Yeah, I did. There we go. Have I never been in here on this character? Clearly not. Right, we're fully kitted out now. Fully kitted out on combat curios. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 upgrades still to go on utility curios. So not many more delves to go before they're all done, which is cool. Brand new brand things. Let's sit and heal up for a second. Ads are in progress as well, so I'm going to take a quick toilet break and I'll be back in a second. Right, let's have a little blast in here, shall we? Let's have a little blast. Oh, hello, what's going on? I've just realised my my little that thing is leaking over the edge. Leaking over the edge because Team YouTube is represent today. Welcome in, Team YouTube. I also found something really cool in the store the other day. Something that I don't get access to very much at all. Boom! Cadbury's mini eggs. It's officially Easter, boys and girls. God bless the normal store. They're mini ones, though. They're not quite as good as the big proper ones, but beggars can't be choosers. Right, let's go. Convene with Nimsy. Why can't I talk to you? Hello? Okay. Kill you first. Soon done with the season. Good delve week. Yeah, I'm really surprised that after 3 weeks on my main hunter, I'm at the point now where I'm not really bothered about doing delves anymore. From a gear perspective, I was really quite surprised how quickly I, of all people, was able to get like 650 plus item level. And of course, when the gear that drops is 636 in here, and your vault is 649, and your map is 649, once you're over 650, your desire to be in here shrinks massively. Which will then also be an indication that if I'm at that point now, I imagine a lot of other people are stumbling on that point as well. I would maybe start to assume that we're almost hitting the true bottom of the delve mats. Why can I not talk to you? It's telling me to convene with you, which is a fancy-ass word for talk to, but you won't let me. So I don't know what the play is here. I'm thinking this is scuffed. I think you're stuck in a bush. I think this is broken. Do we go out, go back in again? I was hoping killing that first rare would trigger something, but let's just try again. Can I talk to you yet? No. Is this delve just scuffed? Has anybody else tried to do Nightfall Sanctum today? Are we just broken? Seems like a pretty dangerous assumption that everybody else is behind you as somebody whose job it is to play the game. You might not be the most efficient, but I think you probably spend a lot more time than most playing in general. True, but I've also been not really focused on delves in any way, shape or form. Yes, you are right. My clocked in hours are probably much higher than your average player. But I can also tell you the amount of hours I've clocked in flying around, farming rares and doing nothing else the last 3 weeks is outrageous. Something that others have probably not done. For example, I've not gone over and aboard. I've done my 8 delves a week. I've not been like hard farming them. I consider doing the 8 delves a week kind of like the bare minimum in that regard. I'm just going to skip this one then, because you won't let me talk to you. And if you won't let me talk to you, then I can't even start this delve. So let's just go try another one. I only need to do the one more for the map, so... because you can only get one map 1 week, I might as well use it. half the raiders in my guild haven't been doing 8 delves a week. But raiders don't need to. Raiders already have a better gearing path, right? This is the thing. If you're proactively doing something more constructive already, you don't need to be quite as optimal. And flipping hell, most raiders I stumble across, most raiders love a good log in, kill boss, log out. The raid logging is real. Let's try this other one. Which one's this? The Skittering Breach. You are right though. Maybe I am slightly overestimating or underestimating maybe my playtime and in turn my progression, but maybe it's because I'm so aggressively used to achieving next to nothing in the game because I live in the auction house. Where the flipping doodah is the entrance to this cave? Entrance to this delve? There it is. Sneaky, sneaky. Yep, go. I'm not going to bother with doing tier 8s. Problem with the raid is once a week loot chance and 1 item per. There's still a low chance you get something, but it's still your priority, right? Like, given the option, if you are a raider in a guild, you go do your raid. If you've got extra time, you go do extra things. But raid is still the highest priority for most players in that regard. This is one of 12 of these things. Oh no, me potion, come back. It's using you. Right, you're dead. 3 hours on one boss last night, not a single drop I could roll on. Yeah, I can imagine that gets frustrating. I really do like the fact that Blizzard are integrating something that gives players more agency over how and when and the progress that they make when gearing. I am still very old school in terms of the fact that I want and still believe the best gear in the game should absolutely only come from like high level group activity, because let's be honest, it's an MMO and they need to incentivize the fact that it's an MMO. This is kind of also why I'm a little bit against the adding of gilded crests into delves, even if it's in very, very small quantities. But I do like the fact that Blizzard are trying to make sure that you can still get semi-reasonable gear in the game entirely solo. There should be something that's, you know, not the most optimal thing in the game to be doing, and in turn also probably quite random and quite time consuming, but if you stick with it, it will get you somewhere. And I think delves are nice. I just wish delves were more naturally more naturally sort of repeatable content. If they put this delve system in Torghast right now, I'd be doing it. I don't think I'd be doing anything else. I genuinely don't think I'd be doing anything else. A system that is objectively significantly more fun, while still simultaneously, you know, working on that progression path of those characters. I'd happily run 8 Torghasts a week. Happily run 8 Torghasts a week if I was getting, you know, steady progression up through it. My main criticism of delves is it's not very repeatable. Certainly past doing it like a few weeks in a row. If you want to go full geared with Gilded Crests from delves, it's the wrong perspective, since you'll need months to be 6 out of 6 item level 60. Of course, yeah, and that's what I think. Like, that's entirely my main critique of it. The fact that I think the drip feeding of it is so poor that when you look at it from a efficiency perspective, it's just terrible. But we know historically that when players get a carrot in front of them, they will go and do it. And my biggest worry is that people will burn themselves out on delves because they'll push to do 11s on their characters when otherwise they probably naturally wouldn't. And they'll push to do it every single week. You know, there'll be people that get into the routine of, oh, I've got to do my 3 11s this week because it gives me gear, not because I want to do it. And then the gear it gives you is drip fed so aggressively. Yeah, that's where my concern with it really. It's not the fact that the gear is achievable, it's just how aggressively drip fed it is through a mode of content that doesn't naturally have that vast replayability to it. Like I said, stick it in delves where every run is slightly different. Torghast, for example. Because most Torghast runs felt different. You know, there was a bit of variancy with them. Sometimes you'd get just a god tier one. Oh, flipping hell, we're getting you as well, are we? I don't think I've tried to kill this dude yet on my paladin. Annoyingly, I got the map in my last one, so I'm not going to get anything useful off this dude even. Getting away from those bombs probably feels like a reasonably good idea. I don't know how big the radius is on those when they go off. Oh my god, okay, the radius is fucking huge! I'm glad I moved. Does anybody actually ever kill this guy? Or do you just have to keep him busy for long enough? Because you must need uber amounts of DPS to actually kill this dude.
People always messing around on my perfectly legal deeded land.
Like that, for example. He just pieces out after a while. Does anybody actually kill him? Does he leave at 50% by default? Is that just the mechanic? So it doesn't matter how pumping you are, he disappears anyway. Interesting. Getting distracted with him, though, has distracted me from these relics I'm meant to be closing. There's a couple in here by the looks of things. Juan. Slithery dude. You'd know if you had your bars to show percentage, you maniac. Nah, you don't need to know vital information like that. That's why I got you guys. You guys keep me up to date on all of these things I'm clearly ignoring. Boop. Either those little those puzzles are bugged, which I greatly believe they are, or Blizzard has just decided that everybody hated them so much they're just going to turn them all off. I don't think I've had a single little treasure in a delve since the launch of this patch that hasn't just needed me to press one button on that bar to complete it. So I'm pretty sure they're bugged and they're not meant to be that way, but I think it'd also be funny if Blizzard was just like, let's just turn these off. People don't like them. Oh, what? He's coming back. Oh no, he's going up that way. Come on, quick, before the big blob comes around again. More dots. More dots. Oh, give me the box. There we go. Mid-run annoyance is what I'd classify. Yeah, it's one of those weird things that, like, oh, I'm trying to do something and then here's these little treasure boxes. Do a random little mini game. It's kind of like when if you've ever played those mobile games and it interrupts you to watch an ad. That's just kind of how those little pipe puzzles feel in delves. Why can't I pick this up? God, my delves have been real glitchy today. Is there something in there? There.
Fantastic.
See, all my graphics now putting all this flipping foliage in the way. I can't see the flipping treasures. They're casually killing each other, so we'll let them do it. The irony of those pipe things is that some people take one look at it and just nope out. Oh, that's true. Yeah, maybe there's still people that nope out of them, even though they've nerfed them to be literally press one button. I guess it's only press one button if you know which button it is, I guess. I need 2 more things, which are both in here. Then we should be good. I'll tell you what, when Ret Paladin wants to go, it goes. Holy. I love the burst damage. Pop some coolies and this spin to win. Bit of an AoE pack. Oh, juicy. Right, now we just go kill the dude, right? Kill the big dude. You two finish each other off. Keep yourself busy. My girlfriend's pro at those games. Closes it, opens it up again 99% of the time. She skips the ad. That's the way to do it. You look running away. Where are you going? Don't go and flip in aggro or anything. Running away with my brand experience. Right. Let's have a go. 75 mil. 75 big ones. Can't remember what this dude does. Puts these things on the ground. Probably don't get hit by whatever that is. Oh yeah, kill the ad. This is a kill the ad situation, isn't it? Kill the ad, don't stand in the goo. Job done. I could clearly be positioning these better. I'm not going to bother killing the ad anymore, just nuke his ass. Probably should have just done that from the beginning, to be honest. Yeah, just nuke his ass. Problem solved. Boom. Level 53, Bran. He's getting up there. Still haven't quite got him to even end of Season 1 performance yet, but soon. Soon.
Nice fight.
Bountiful chest. Boom. 3-dimensional bioprinter is fully maxed.
Nice fight.
What do we get? 639 waste. Another nice little cheeky upgrade. Don't mind, don't mind. What do we get in the Nemesis box? Nothing particular because I didn't actually finish the quest. Hidden Trove. Go on, give me something Juicy. Give me something juicy. We got 649 hero boots. Oh, cool. Yoink. 10 item levels on our boots. And we got the biofuel rocket gear at 404 as well. Is that all of our curios now? All epic. Oh, one more upgrade. Last one is going to be the pacifist rig. 6-star fuse solution paragon boxes, no mount yet. 221211. So you've never not had one. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 mechanicas from 6 boxes. A 1.5 average. .5 average. If you can get 1,000 market research an hour, that's 1.5 mechanica every 2 hours, or 75.75 mechanicas an hour. Still not easy farm, is it? Consistent though. If not easy, consistent. Right.
You are acknowledged.
That was also 5 delves on this dude. Accidentally. 1 out of 8 champion. Flipping hell, that's an upgrade too. Get in my belly. Yo, this dude's accidentally getting some gear on him.
How fare you? May you find what you seek.
Upgrade. Carved for 45 weathered. No reason not to do that, right?
It is a world of wonders.
There's 15 more carved undermined crests.
I offer you my aid.
Maxed 1 of 8 champion. What's my lowest grade piece of gear? What's holding me back? We've got some 639s. 639, 2 of 8. 636. So we need 4 out of 8 champion. 4 out of 8 champion is the last time we used carved ones. So let's try and get everything to 639. No, 645. Get everything to 645. Then any bonus carved can get turned into runed. This is probably not the way you get... Oh, but then I've got like random ass flipping 632. Oh, that's going to be annoying. I can craft some shit on this dude if I need as well, though. Oh, the irony here is it's Valor Stones that are gonna cuck me. Have you converted your weathered to carved as well?
Good
I can't do any more than just this one. Because these upgrades apparently, these upgrades are the unlocking of upgrading your crests appears to be character specific, not account wide. Right, well, we still got to 642. 642. This dude's going to get a big old vault. Farm cola. Well, farm cola or just transfer 10,000 cola onto this character. Just do that. Because I've still got 255 carved undermined crests. So yeah, the biggest issue is I can't get past those without actually upgrading a couple of pieces of gear, can I? I need to get to 645 across the board. So like this one ring is going to hold me back. So I need a ring. I need some legs. Ring, legs. Is that it? Yeah, a ring and some legs. Did you already pick up all the rep-based caches? I think I have now, yeah. I'm pretty sure I have. I think I'm happy with 642 for now. I'm not going to try and min-max this dude just yet. We'll see what he gets in his vault next week. Do a little bit of farming on him. I think he's more than comfortable. Have you got the Siren Isle ring? Not at all, no. Yeah, there's lots of things I could do. I'm not going to bother. Simple answer, not going to bother. Next tune. He's done his 5 delves this week. You'll get choice of 2 649s out the vault. I was actually only playing that character to do some profession stuff, and we got wildly sidetracked, as I always do. I don't even have the 658 ring on my main. I've got it at like 652 or something and didn't even realise there's more upgrades to it. Farming rares on that dude for a few days will get his stones back in order. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Right, who's this dude? Tailoring and inscription. Milestone, just hit 660 item level. Nice. Nice. Yeah, those milestone numbers are always fun to get to. Right, tailoring and inscription. This week law is not meant to show outside the zone. There we go.
What brings you here? Ancestors watch over you.
Does converting crests from one to another ignore the seasonal cap? I don't know. That's a very good question. I don't think it does. I think it's I think if you're capped, you're capped. You can't convert if you've capped it that week, yeah. Otherwise you'd be able to like farm on one character to cheese it on another. Like yeah, you'd yeah. I think that'd cause problems. Something in my brain tells me that wouldn't work very well, and there'd be some gamer do gamer things if you could. Okay, few orders. We take those. Get rid of that one. We ain't doing that. Get rid of that one. We ain't doing that. We'll do the rest though. What am I missing? Oh, wait, hang on. What's going on here? Oh, I sold some ciphers apparently. Cave topographer. Oh, I've been sending myself gear as well. Oh, there was 50k worth of stuff in the... What else had I sold? Algari Competitors Insignia, 11k. 20k of Boundless Ciphers. Competitors Medallion for 15k. Lol, okay. Oh, that's not what I was there for, was it? This was what I was there for. Exquisite Bolts. I never have rank 1 bolts because I don't make them. No, not the expired stuff, stop. Shit. Alright, take all the expired stuff. People could farm the carved, and then when they're capped, when they cap their runes, and then convert 2 runes, which would negate the cap. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you'd basically completely remove the viability of caps, wouldn't it? I have a bottleneck of gear to upgrade because of the blue crests. That's yeah, I think my main character's at the same point. There's a guild order up for a runed nullstone rod for anybody with enchanting. I've literally just logged off the character that has enchanting. Maybe I'll help a brother out. Although in saying that, somebody's probably snagged it. Even guild orders don't last very long. Bunch of sweaty goblins. PvP trinkets are selling like crazy. Sold about 2 million worth of them in the first week of the patch. Yeah, the Spark versions as well are just absolutely popping off. Jewel crafters have been laughing all the way to the bank crafting those things. Holy, I even saw that in my chat. I need to turn the volume of that down. I don't know how loud that is for you. In fact, you've got the volume reduced on the alerts. They go off big time in my ears. Goldson, welcome in, my man. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream today. I saw you were live earlier. I was going to stop by and say hello, but I loaded my stream up as well. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good weekend. Thank you very much for bringing yourself and your friends. You been doing any more disenchanting recently? So, in the doghouse, had to leave stream early. Oh, okay. Well, feel free to raid and run if needs be. Don't live in the doghouse. It's not good. $20 tailors and enchanters this week. Nice. Nice. Boys and girls, if you don't follow Goldston, you should. Just saying. If you're not following Goldston, you absolutely should. He's also on a big goal-making blast. So go show him some love. don't know if my shout out alert thing command works. Flipping hell, them some shine. Them some, what is that? K-Chat concentrate. Flipping hell. K-Chat's got some wild emotes. I've always been super bad at making emotes. Hard slack. Hard slack. Right, crafting orders. Go, go, gadget, go. Did I pick up the week? Yeah, I did pick up the weekly quest. Good. We only need the one, rip. Yeah. I don't die. That's an illusion. I just like to visit the undead once in a while. I'm not actually dead. $22 out of 30. Let's get these made real fast. Okay, brain. Brain do brain things. We need one of these. Yes. One of those. Go, go, gadget, go. Goldson's journey to 100 mil gold is better than some shows on Amazon Prime. That it is indeed. More drama for sure. $3 silver profit. Barely worth pressing the button. Well, it's absolutely not worth pressing the button, is it? That number's better. The Flippin' L's Duskweave. So ludicrously valuable. I'll take it. Probably because somebody's recently got rid of all their tailors. Oh, hang on. I don't think I've got enough spools of dusk thread. Maybe we do. Resource procs. Yes, resource procs for the win. More needed for the bags and the DPS spell threads. Is that what it is? Well, I've run out of rank 3s for next time. But that's 74 Dawnweave bolts and 90 Duskweave bolts. We'll take those. I'm not even going to bother trying to use concentration. Finally, somebody crafting with the craft log open? What do you mean? Oh, the craft sim one. No, I'm not in that desperate a need for these. Clear those. We should well, Vantis Rune and the Rhubarb Palace probably not a favourite one anymore. Well, I guess the easy way is a craft recipe scan. I'm going to assume it's just flipping ciphers. but it could be contracts, it could be something else. Contract cartels of undermine. Wait, hang on. Sort by concentration value. Boundless ciphers, Q3. Surprise, surprise. Oh, no inks. No inks, no spears. Okay. Right, I need some lure drop Q2. And I need some... Yeah. Oh, hang on, we got some of that there, haven't we? We got enough for some crafts there. Lure drop Q2. Oh, now here's the question. Lure drop Q1 is 30% cheaper. Is it? There's less than 4. There's 3 gold and a bit difference. It's not less than it's not 30% cheaper, is it? It needs to be 30% cheaper to make it worth crushing Q1, and it's not quite, is it? It's 24 as opposed to 27, so I still get better yield from Q2. Myco Bloom, same scenario again, Mill Q2. I don't know how much we need, we'll just buy some of it. Right, let's mill it down. Lure drop Q2. Resourcefulness. Bountiful Seasons buff. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm quitting killing the rare kill. I'm quitting rare kills maybe to go back at it later. I'm probably really unlucky, but I'm going around killing every rare every 10 to 15 minutes. 1 rare every 10 to 15 minutes, really bad efficiency. Efficiency does help with it for sure, yeah. Like I said, the rare killing is single account brutal. Single account absolutely brutal. You got to be, and if you are only killing 1 rare every 10 to 15 minutes, you need to be spending the other 9 to 14 minutes driving around still looking for dumpsters, so that you're at least hitting something in that downtime, right? And if you're, you also need to be hitting dumpsters. You also need to be doing the scrap piles. If you drive past a scrap pile and there's 10 seconds left on it, give it a whack, get your quick burst of like flipping hell, what they call market research. You gotta be on it if you're on a single account. If you're just single accounting it and you're just standing there waiting for the rare to spawn, you're wasting copious amounts of time. You got to be always moving, or at the very least, always realm hopping. Realm hopping is obviously a quicker way to find each rare, but that's the approach I'd be taking. 1,000 herbs, go. Have a second account if you do get a warlock to summon all of your regional bank ults to the undermine so that you can phase yourself. That's not a bad idea actually. Just make the hotel outside the hotel your new auction house location, assuming you have Longboy. I'm thinking this was way more pigment than I actually needed, but it'll come in useful next time. I'm missing fresh water. Interesting.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
And now we're not missing it.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Multicraft resourcefulness. Q2s. Let's do... These are far too cheap for me to even consider using finishing reagents on. Yeah. That said, I don't have the Weaver buff, so use a vial of the Quick Hands. Go. These will speed up after we've crafted a few anyway. Go on, line. Get up there. Get up there, line. There we go. No. Come back. Come back. Come back, line. Line, where you going? Up. 1000 Q2 gives 1500 to 1600 pigments with a full build. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I can't remember the exact numbers for how much cheaper rank 1 has to be before you use it. Yeah, I can't remember the exact numbers, but... When crafting a rank 5 enchanting rods, do you need the rank 3 missive? I can't personally remember. I can't... Well, technically probably not. But if it pushes the crafter to need to use concentration, it might cost you more. I'm about to craft 100 of them for my alts, and the price difference is huge. Well, if you're crafting it with your own enchanter, just have a look. Just have a look. If you're crafting 100 rank 5 rods, you can probably afford them. I mean, that is true, but, you know, a saving is a saving. Why did we stop? We stopped because we hit resourcefulness. Well, we dipped below the green line. We got slightly less profit from those than there was expected, but now we can make our ciphers at least. We use Q2s of those. I need some Q2 spears. Q2 spears. How many am I going to need? I don't know. Let's just buy a bunch. did all of that and I didn't actually check that this dude's even got even remotely optimal gear for doing this, but whatever. .154 concentration. There we go, there's our ciphers, sell the rest, or more importantly, bank the rest for next time. Right, let's open these. Feels weird getting back into doing some crafting stuff, you know. Okay. Oh yeah, rank 3 Dawnweave is in the bin, isn't it, price-wise? It's fine. That's also so cheap. So outrageously cheap. I don't know why I'm selling all of this on this character. I should really be selling it on my main bank character, but... bonus inks are worth something. They'll have sold by the time I come back. Put the rest of the mats in the bank. Why have I got all this Q2 exquisite weaver cloth bolts? Get those out of there. And the Q3s, these are double in value right now. Any luck selling the mounts? Managed to sold my Innovation Investigator for 2.8 mil. Happy with it. I tend to think that anything above 2.5 mil is pretty good going. I was talking about this in a bit more detail earlier. I don't think I've sold mine, but I haven't even checked today. I'm in no rush. I know at the moment there's going to be a zerg of people that get their hands on one, and then will try their absolute utmost to get that one sold. I'm not in any rush to sell them. This is the point, right? Obviously, selling one would make a nice screenshot, sure, but I'm in no rush. Absolutely no rush whatsoever. If in 4 months' time, you know, if in 4 months' time we move on to a new zone and interest in farming them has died down substantially, we can sell them then. It's cash in the bank as far as I'm concerned, but I don't need to convert it to actual gold. I've got plenty, so we can play the long game. A couple of 603s randomly knocking about on this dude as well. They do need to go to the bank character. A few of those. Those 626s would have been a nice little upgrade, but I got 642 boots anyway. So those can go back in the war bank. 626 cuffs are on the veteran tier. They're not as good, but at least they're not PvP ones. Doesn't matter, does it really? I'll equip them anyway. Who else am I going to use them on? We'll go get them upgraded. Right, I think this dude's about done. Very curious how profitable the farm will be after a couple of months. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's the only... The napkin maths in my head tells me that there is probably very little reason these mounts will ever drop much below... should ever drop below 2 mil. And if they do drop below 2 mil, there's probably a big goblin out there that is more than willing to take it off your hands for less than 2 mil to go take it to a realm where they can list it for the next 7 months at like 6 mil and like triple their gold on it. If you're doing cross-realm selling in any way, shape or form, you've usually got a bit of you've already got a reasonable amount of gold anyway. I can't really ever see them going below 2 mil without a drop change adjustment from Blizzard, which even if they do, they won't tell us they do, I would imagine. Not very often do they change stuff. Very, very, very rarely do they change drop rates on this sort of stuff. But if they do, they also then tend to not. It's just a hot fix that just happens one day, and if people notice it, great. And if it never hits blue notes. Let's put it that way. There'll never be proper patch notes on it. By proxy, it gets easier and easier to farm for the longer time goes on anyway, as players outgear the zone and can solo all of the rares and stuff along those lines. Which is usually the logic to why Blizzard tends not to touch this sort of stuff. You look at the Wowhead post for the miscellaneous Mechanica, though, you can start to see that people are starting to complain a little bit. There's a bit of complaints starting to kick in on this. Are the drop changes updated? Have we got any more data on these drop changes? Dropped by 21. Dark Fuse, still 7%. The weekly rares. Or Flyboy and the other weeklies sitting at 5. Junk Wall, Gutzo, Scrap Chewer, all 4+. Yeah, 4 to 5 is probably what those actually are. The rare elites. Let's say that they should probably actually all be 5% each. Give or take. And then the daily rares. Swig, Sal, Grimewick, Tally Scrap, VV, Thwack, Nitro Rats, Garbage Dude, and then Candy with the lowest. I think these are all probably meant to be about a 2%. I think they're all. I think they're all probably. I think the dailies are all probably meant to be 2%. These ones are just, the data's not particularly strong. I would go as far as to say these are averaging a little bit high. These are probably averaging a little bit low, and they're meant to sort of balance themselves out. The weird ones for me is that the Slugger and the Ephemeral are both in that ballpark. I would have expected those to have the same drop chance as the other rare elites. But yeah, you start looking at the comments for these, then people are starting to get a little bit itchy about these. The whole system of the Mechanica dropping seems to be very carefully tailored, so I also don't think they'll nerf it. Well, this is it. Patch launches, rares are your only source. You're capped on the amount of rare kills you can get per day, depending on how many level 80 characters you have, so more effort equals more Mechanica. You then level up a little bit, you hit Renown 13, you unlock Dumpsters, that's a second source for the Mechanica, which gives you a boost in opportunity to get them with less ults needed. You then got the Dark Fuse rep once you've killed, once you've unlocked that and leveled that up, which the Paragon, and then any of the Paragon boxes, including the Dark Fuse rep, for example. So there is like stepping stone increases to your ability to farm them up and get them, which is kind of like the passive nerf on the difficulty of them. And yeah, you're right, it seems to be quite carefully calculated in the first place. It doesn't seem to be something that was just thrown together. But yeah, some of the comments are starting to get a bit interesting about these. If you look at the ones more recently, might just be unlucky, but I've got 2 in total since the patch dropped and have been playing almost daily doing undermine stuff and killing rares. The drop rate is abysmal. Being a collector is becoming less fun with every patch, introducing several new grinds for currency. I'm close to giving up entirely. I mean, if you've had 2 in nearly 4 weeks, then you've clearly only been playing on 1 character, and you've probably not even been killing all of the characters every day. Absolutely not. You probably haven't, getting 2 is very unlucky, but, it depends on your actual playtime. Only found 1 myself after vacuuming just about everything there is to do. But I'm also glad that not everything is handed to you in the first 2 weeks. The problem is as well is your initial burst of activity in the zone is probably way before most people even hit Renown 13. Because dumpsters do contribute quite big time. Got one after 40 to 50 rare kills. That was 25 days ago. Anything more recently? 6 days ago. Drop rate on these is truly bad. A grand total of 6 after killing every rare every day since launch. I've also spent hours farming dumpsters and not seen a single one from there. This is what I don't get. I've spent hours farming dumpsters and haven't seen a single one. I get 20 to 30% of them. I've had loads from dumpsters. I mean, of the 53 I've had easily 12 to 15 from dumpsters. Gathered 24 across 5 toons, killing every combination of rares when they reset daily, weekly since the patch. 1 from dumpster diving. At this point, I'd gladly exchange 1,000 cola per Mechanica, 2 vintage cola even. I'm sat on 6k market research, and my thinking is to wait for the 2 times rep from the Dark Fuse troves, containing 3 each day, allegedly. Yeah, that's very allegedly, because it's not. At best, it averages at 1.5 per box. Been killing rares every day since launch, only got 3. 2 low of a drop rate, buff please. 3 days ago. Drop rate seems low. 25 days to get enough to buy the mount seems fair, but that's not really how this seems to be working out. Absolutely ridiculous. Been running around hardcore dumpster diving and killing rares for a week and a half now and haven't seen one of these. I'm almost Renown 19 now. I see the drop rate more or less than 1% if you ask me. I guess Paragon is made to be the main source. We'll see soon. People clearly haven't figured out that alts is your play here. Alts is absolutely the play. I bought one a week ago for 2.2 mil, sold it for 2.5. That's only 300k markup, which is, by the time the auction house has had its 5%, that was pretty risky. Whew. Is that not technically actually a loss? If you sell at 2.5, what's 5% of 2.5 million? I don't know. Quick maths. That's 125,000. Yeah, you've made gold, but only just. Holy. Yeah, so the sort of The summary here is that people are starting to try out and go and get these, and are starting to realise just how treacherously difficult they are to get. Been killing every rare daily since launch of the patch. Got three so far, 4 weeks in, and they expect me to gather 113 of them to get all the collectibles. Every rare should have a 50% chance of dropping them. Sure. Killing all rares, doing all world quest achievements, farming SNH. What's SNH? Don't know. Scrap dailies have 14. Needing 113 is obscenely criminal. I hope they buff the drops, otherwise this will be impossibly grindy for collectors. They're all on the auction house. Grind gold, it'll be faster. That 5% chance must be a joke. I've been killing the silver dragon rares all day. About 4 to 5 rares with 10 alts. And I've got 1 single drop in total. Not to mention the dumpsters, I've never seen one dropping at all. I'm not sure how you're supposed to get 113 of them. See, the problem for me, right? Oh, shipping and handling. Yeah, there we go. The problem for me is these numbers are just... they're... If you've been killing 4 to 5 rares with 10 alts, that's 40 to 50 rares a day. That means you should see 1 every other day. Minimum. Minimum, you should see 1 every other day, killing that amount. To have only 1 is a clear indication you've probably not been killing 4 to 5 rares, and you've probably not been doing it on 10 alts, and you absolutely definitely haven't been doing it daily. Because somebody that has been doing exactly that daily has 53 of them. But it's much easier to embellish your argument when complaining about wanting something to be boosted. But yeah, the TLDR is we are slowly starting to see people try and go out and get these, and quite quickly come to the realization that holy smoke, they're not easy. And that's just Wowhead comments. I've certainly not bothered to go and dip my toe in the forums, because that place is guaranteed to give you a headache. Been farming invisible for 12 years, and Alar for 15 years. Started using some alts. I have 6 max level alts less than 2 weeks ago. I'm now on 64 of them. Yeah, this is my point, right? You know, people claiming that they're doing 10 alts, 4 to 5 rares each alt, and you know, they clearly have only been doing it for a couple of days, and have maybe been on the bad luck side of RNG. But you know, numbers average out over time. Numbers average out. Now, I wonder why my doggo is less than impressed. I might need to take a break for a minute, let my dog out for a pee. She's a bit early on her human, it's time for food business. It's only 2 PM even for me. If the drop rate is stupid, it's just a mount I'll not get, not buying it. I know people feel very differently about these. Very differently. For somebody whose predominant avenue of gameplay revolves around the economy and goal making in some degree, I like the fact that there's a stretch goal for players out there that might reward the people who are willing to go out and put the effort in. Let's just not do that one. We'll do those. They're just recolors. I mean, the black rocket's cool, but how many rockets are there now? Well, the rocket one is very cool, considering how hard people get for the Lovers in the Air rocket every year, and that's pink and far from many people's preferred style. Which is, in my eyes, absolutely no surprise why when you look at the numbers, right? When you look at these, you've got 14 of the asset advocators, you got 23 of the rockets, and you've got 16 of the margin manipulators, showing that clearly everybody else thinks the same. Everybody else is on the pretty much agreement that the rocket is the more preferred one. Right, hang on. I need to go let my dog for a pee, boys and girls. Entertain yourselves for a couple. I'll use this chance to throw the ads up so they stay clear for normal content. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okie dokies. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie. Right, did we finish our patron orders? It looks like we did. We should probably quickly, as we're here on alchemy, bang out some flasks or something. What is this dude even? Oh no, this dude's the Thaumaturgy, isn't he? I forgot. He's not even any good at doing flasks. Not good at doing anything. Dude's a bunch of uselessness. Slam some points in there because we can. That's why I need to keep up with Patreon orders. Never going to get any further with these professions if I don't keep up with the Patreon orders. Do I go look at engineering real quickly? Same scenario with that, to be honest. The Love Rocket was kind of special before Undermine. Yeah, a bunch of reskin rockets does take away the prestige of the Love Rocket for sure. Not doing you, not doing you, not doing you, but we'll do the rest of them. What do we need to do this? Auctionator will tell me. Some whimsicals. Some decorative lenses. Well, I wouldn't have been able to craft those myself anyway. There's some gyratings. Oh, let's not make the same mistake I always do, which is to buy a bunch of stuff and then leave it in the mailbox. This week I did some Mythic Plus and the Raid for the first time ever. Never seen my vault this full. Yeah, you'll have plenty of choice on Wednesday. Loads of choice. I wish you the best of lucks. To be able to say I have a pink Love Rocket never loses its value. It's genuinely probably one of the mounts I've used the most, as I have used it pretty much since the day I got it. Throughout every patch, throughout every expansion. The Love Rocket has a firm slot on my... It's even keybind on a lot of characters, which is more than I can say for basically any other mount. And I've got Zullian Tigers, I got, you know, Spectral Tigers, I got all bunches of... I got Invincible Ashes, I've got all sorts of funky mounts, but the Rocket is still pretty high on my list.
What brings you here? Winds be at your back.
Right, what I haven't done, and what I didn't do on my last character actually, was check where to spend half of this artisan security on these dudes, because they clearly need it. Although that said, alchemy doesn't need any of it anywhere. The only recipes I don't have with alchemy... Oh, well no, that's a big stinky lie, isn't it? There's exactly one recipe I do need to spend artisan security on. Well, let's go get that then. Engineering might need a couple. I'm weirdly going to run out of cash at this rate. It's you, isn't it?
The weave has delivered a customer. You return again. You are a
Oh yeah, I've got so many goodies on this character. I should probably consider...
return again.
What's this dude's gear? 614. He's also 2,000 Valor Stones, capped on Weathered Undermine crests, and capped... Or, well, no, actually. Not quite capped on Carved, but flipping might as well be. I should try and update this gear's dude as well. That one, yoink. While I am down in this neck of the woods, let me see if there's anything for engineering. Both having engineering and alchemy on this character has been quite interesting because they're both the discovery-based ones. Need to spec into that one. I'm going to guess that's the same for all of these. Yeah, these are all learnt via speccing into them. Boxo Booms is equally learnt by speccing into it, and Stone Bound Lantern comes from a quest in the Isle of Dawn, the Forging of Memories. Okay. Right, so to conclude, I don't actually have any use for tools, artisan acuity on this dude, other than maybe I have a single multi-craft resourcefulness tool. Is there any need for anything other than that on engineering? A resourcefulness 1 is probably worthwhile. What about when we do scrapping, for example? Scouring through scrap, no. Pilfering, no. Oh no, pilfering requires a resourcefulness tool, doesn't it? Not that I'm going to do much of that right now, but if we do, we need a specialist tool to do it. So I do need at least one more of these. That's 300 artisan security. What's alchemy saying? This dude is transmutation, thaumaturgy spec by default, which is why he's got a resourcefulness on. But a multi-craft one wouldn't go, mate. Okay, so I do need to spend a little bit of artisan security on this dude on a couple of bonus tools, but outside of that, we're basically done. Right. Good to know. Right, I think after only 3 hours of the stream, I've got 4 characters' professions done. Jeez Louise, the squirrels today. Flipping hell. Rip Onlyfangs, DDoS did them in. I think some of them were probably looking for a good excuse to call it a day anyway. I mean, Soda Poppin definitely looked like he was just waiting for an excuse. Jumped at the opportunity to say, right, we'll leave it here then, guys. Obviously, there was a bunch of other people that were more into it from a creator perspective than anything else. It's a bad look for Blizzard all the same. It's a bad look that instead of them going out to a monstrous wipe, which is clearly what a lot of people were just waiting for, that, you know, people were just waiting for a raid wipe. For it to happen via a DDoS attack is pretty poo, but I mean, that's always the inherent risk of playing hardcore in an online video game. The internet is delicate beast at the best of times.
There is much to be done.
There's part of me that wonders if I could do a couple of delves on this dude. Get him some basic bits and pieces. Bit of healer Bran action on the go, shouldn't be too difficult. I might do this just to burn through a few Valor Stones.
Fair skies and strong winds.
Can I do 8s on a 617 Hunter? Probably, right?
My directive is to serve you. Return and peruse my inventory again.
Nobody wants Tar Trap. Today's activities have so far really tested the new card. I mean, we can go run LFR. We can go run LFR if you wanted to see how it performs in a raid, I suppose. I haven't actually run LFR myself to even see how it performs in a raid, so maybe that's not the worst idea. Double digits in Dornogle. Well, we're doing 70 FPS in Dornogle right now, but this is all settings maxed. Absolutely everything. 10 out of 10s everywhere, full ray tracing, the whole shebang. Admittedly, still running in 1080p, but it can. I technically can even. We can jack the render scale up to 4K, even though I haven't got a 4K monitor right now, and it doesn't care. This goes to show that like there is heavy server side load that just can't be brute forced. But we can make it look real sharp. Now, obviously, I admit, you guys probably can't tell the difference there because the stream will still go out in the same resolution and the same bit rate, but it's definitely sharper for me. Got a new card. Yeah, we managed to grab a... Wow, that was really quick. We got a 5080. We had a few teething problems this morning, but it seemed to have smoothed out a little bit now. Let's go test it in a raid environment, see what it does. This is the number down the bottom here, by the way, that you should probably keep your eyes on. And also, it'll distract you massively from my incredibly shocking... hang on, that flipping weak-ore is up again. So this is literally everything min-maxed, 4K, everything maxed 4K while streaming, still sub 60 FPS. And this is only trash. Wait till we pull the boss. What processor have I got? Ryzen 9 7900X, I think. Not the X3D one. Just the X. But that's not my bottleneck. My CPU's... The reality is I don't have a bottleneck. Both my graphics card and my CPU are absolutely fine. Now, it's showcasing more than anything that WoW is your performance in WoW is very bottlenecked by the servers, by their servers. Got the 5080 as well. It's been smooth. Had to tune back spell effects from other players to notice lines of death from some of the bosses. Yeah, this is the first time I've been in a raid environment with it, but see what happens when we get to the boss. I want the X3D next time. Well, not that I'm too urgent to do it, but yeah, my next. My PC is now powerful enough that I should could basically just ignore it completely for a couple of years now, which is why I wanted to push a little bit into a more enthusiast grade graphics card, so that for the next couple of years I can sit back pretty content that I can play any game whilst also streaming it, multi-streaming it in fact, because we're streaming to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, do all of the above and not have to worry too much.
Oh, let's see what I got.
So yeah, max everything 4K, 45 FPS by the looks of things. Squeeze more FPS by dropping the CPU profiling Blizzard puts in the patch though. I think it's a week aura for it. Oh, I ain't messing around with any of that business. I'm not that bothered. I will more than happily tone down a lot of these settings in order to get 150 FPS. But this is just, you know, absolutely... You got to start somewhere, right? And your baseline should be absolutely everything on. So this is the worst case scenario.
If you want something done right, gotta do it yourself. More trash for the pile.
I've not really been paying much attention at all to what's going on in this fight.
Burn it.
First thing to turn off is CPU profiling. I have no idea what that is.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, I'm going to become rolling rubbish, am I?
Torch it clean.
Get off my trash! Fuckers. There was no bomb. I was going to try roll into a bomb, but there wasn't a bomb.
Get wrecked.
You're actually playing current content?
Oh, let's see what I got.
Yes, collect gold and AFK. Yeah, that sums me up. I've been playing current content quite a lot this patch. Oh, thanks for the stun. Ouch. You crash it into the boss, then it deals 1.5% health points. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've not even read the dungeon journal for this, so I'm just kind of going by A, what you guys say, and B, instinct.
Nothing yet.
Which is kill things until things are dead, mostly.
Burn it.
Existed in the past via measuring add-ons, but you had to enable it manually because it tanks your FPS. The new Blizzard method is enabled by default, and Blizzard doesn't even add a toggle to disable it. You got to use a command.
Torch it clean.
Oh, okay.
Get wrecked. Oh, let's see what I got.
Somebody made a weak order that disables it on login. Fair solution then.
Burn it.
Well, yeah, without doing any shenanigans then. 45 FPS seems to be the absolute worst case scenario for me now. Which is good. I don't need this level of graphical fidelity. I would actually much prefer 120 FPS. So we can turn some of this stuff down. Ray tracing doesn't particularly look great in this game either, so I'm more than happy to turn ray tracing just completely off. And that will give me 30% more frames. Dead.
One less goblin on Gallywix's side. My venture buddies will take over cleanup from here. Thanks.
Explosive Hearthstone. Mega Magnet Trinket. Need. Cleanup Crew, summon or other. Mog. Box. Pass on that. Oh my god, I might actually win this. 1, 2, 3. Am I actually going to win the trinket? Reverse the magnet's polarity to violently recycle buried garbage, dealing a bunch of damage to your target per charge. Lingering deals 10% of the damage to blah blah blah. Okay. Can this last fella flip in, press his buttons, please? If you win LFR gear, I'll be disappointed. This is like scumbag level, dude. He's got flipping no gear. He needs everything he can get. We're about to get fucked in the butt. Nobody cares. On an alt, no less. Honestly, the only reason I'm in here on this character is because people wanted to see the new graphics card in a raid. And my main character's already done LFR this week, so I just happened to be on this character. Wow, I won a piece of gear. A trinket, nonetheless, from Raid Finder. Trinkets and rings are nearly impossible to grab your hands on, because every motherfucker steals those. Sure, blame the people. This is not going to go well. Yeah. Release. Gives me a chance to put my trinket on. It's a raider. Lies. Just do LFR my alts for the Hearthstone. Yeah, I didn't realise there was a toy in here. This is also a good way to double check that I get all my Galagio rep for the week. Not that I'm too bothered about that, because there is... Fuck. Shit. I forget you get run over in this thing. God damn son of a bit. Why is there a quest up here?
I got just what you need. That's it.
You eat food much faster.
Always
Oh,
a
okay.
pleasure.
Just like real life, look both ways. I know. Oh, I can't go anywhere because I'm in combat, apparently. What a game. What a game. Oh shit, oh shit, that wasn't the way. Take the scenic route. Right, third time's the charm, okay? Third time's the charm. Look both ways and go anyway. Yeah, oh my god, we're still fighting. Right, let me do all of my ludicrously high DPS to make sure we definitely win this. What an absolute clusterfuck. Screw this, we're getting out of here. See you later. See you later. I didn't want to be in there anyway. Okay. Right, what were we actually doing? We were actually actuallys. What were we actuallys? We were logging out, weren't we? We're going to go back to the main character. We've done our weekly tasks, now we're going to actually go do some farming. God, I think I must be ill. Those are words I don't usually mutter. Or do I want to do some bonus delves, actually? There's a strong possibility I might want to do a couple of cheeky delves on these. Toxic winter trinket leaves the rest of the group to die. Oh, they were dead already. They were dead already. Dead and buried. Let's at least get some daily kills out of the way on my main character. Be rude not to. Rude not to. When I said we're going to hit 50 and then take it a little bit easier, that doesn't include stopping. It's just, you know, not as aggressively pumpy every day. I know it is delve week, which is kind of the thing that's making me think that I should do some more delves. You are true when you say it is delve week. Maybe we should. Get Bran some bonus. Three more characters for LFR and about 40 delves to do before reset. Yeah, no thanks. I know my limits. I know my limits. Where's that dumpster? That's a wall. Where's it gone? There it is. Yeah, max settings, 4K, nearly 100 FPS in the new zone. Let's put it this way. I am a happy chappy with this new graphics card. I just need a 4K monitor now. Technically, because it's scaling, it's using more resources to scale it back down to 1080p than it would do displaying it natively. Bran's had over 20 levels alone this week already. I mean, this is the week to do it. Without question, this is the week to do it for sure. Definitely the week to do it. Let's do one quick little lap around just to see if there's any rares up. And then we'll consider doing some hoppy hops wherever needed. Let's go check the pigeon. No pigeon. Either of these fellas up down here. Nope. Let's trigger this for whoever needs it anyway.
What's cooking? potion a day.
My potion brings all the goblins to the yard. No dumpsters, no nothing.
They're making a mess of our operations. Get them out of our way.
Better monitor, better CPU, maybe upgrade the power supply, the cooling, some more memory. I mean, yeah, technically it never stops. I'm very aware that it never stops.
1 minute left on this one. Finish it up. Yeah, it happens sometimes.
You're not wrong, it never stops, but... What's special about Delves this week? All of your XP gains and journey progress and everything is boosted. If you hover over the your little buff, Delver's journey progress increased by 25%, combat companion experience by 25%, and 25% more undercoins as well. It's a good week to be doing Delves.
Can you not? Wait.
Did you clean it while you were in there? I had a little bit of a dust about in there. I didn't do anything hardcore. I didn't take the CPU. I didn't, you know, reseed the CPU cooler because I realised my thermal paste is gone all crusty. I need to buy some more. But I blew out the fans and stuff. It's not that dirty in there anyway. It's not too bad. Cleaned mine yesterday, broke one of the fans. Ouch. Happens to the best of us. Right, let's sit about here where we can see 5. And apparently there's not a single rare up on my realm, so we're going to have to hop to another one. Alakir. Nope. Dumpster though, mind. We'll take 3 dumpsters. Telling you, don't sleep on dumpsters. Or don't sleep in dumpsters either. But don't snooze on the dumpsters. See a dumpster? Loot it. Just go hand in my market research actually as well. I have 2 cats. I have to clean up my PC every 2 months, sometimes less. Take a cat's worth of fur out every time. I mean, you pair have seen my dogs. You lot have seen my dogs. My 2 dogs are super duper mega fluffy. But wooden floors. Wooden floors is the life hack. If you have carpets, your house is just dirty, I'm sorry. Wooden floors though, like you can see when the floor starts to get dusty or dirty. As long as I vacuum a few times a week. Makes it easier. Wow, that's the only group up. I guess we're not doing too many hops then. Robo vacuum is the pro tip. Well, it would. Robo vacuum would be the pro tip. If I buy a robo vacuum though, it's for the main house, not for my studio. Wire mesh gets some and positive pressure. Well, mine already is positive pressure. I have 3 fans on the front, 1 fan on the back. I can't remember. I vaguely remember trying to do it that way anyway, to blow air out of it rather than sucking it up in. I did it ages ago though, I can't remember. Have all your fans set to intake, blowing air into the case, and mesh all the fans. I didn't notice there being too much dust in there anyway, so mine's fine. Right, where's all these rares at then? Game. Where's all these rares at? I'm standing in the middle of 5 rares and none of them are happening. Random Dark Sorrow Realm. There we go, Swigs. Less dots, please, less dots. Okay, less dots. Is Thwack actually dead? No, Dark Magic's just having a special moment. It's fine. I'll brute force it, Woo. Thank you for the offer. I'm not going to spend too much time hopping anyway. Store might have 2 in stock. Plus most of them can handle multiple floors, new places, press button. That's far too much like hard work. You're right though. I do wonder as well what the dynamic scaling of the zones is going to do with these rares long term when less people are in them doing stuff, because the rares feel like they respawn really quite quickly at the moment, and that's because of the shards that exist, they're all quite pumping and they're all quite busy. But the rare respawn time might get really gross when there's nobody in the zones. It'll be great for the first time you fly through the zone and kill everything. But then if you bring an ult in, for example, it'll get real horrible. But we'll see. Ah, it keeps putting me in combat with a raid boss. Okay, we didn't want that trash can anyway. It's not going to do anything about the gross level of server lag though. Doesn't matter how much computer hardware you throw at it, server lag is still real. Oh, Rats is up. Zoom straight past that one. No, less dots. Less dots. Whew. Just. Oh, I've got 43 check cards. I'm probably going to save those check cards. When are we next got the Dark Moon? 2 weeks' time. Probably save the check cards, and then whenever it's Dark Moon week, we'll blast all of those check cards. We'll go ham and just see how much bonus rep we can get that week. I should probably actually make sure I go through my alts and have definitely actually done all of my check cards as well, because I know at the beginning of the week I slacked. Three GCDs later, Vivi is dead. I'm real tempted to actually open all the things for this zone now and see what are the final things we're actually missing. I know there's a lot of like pet battle-y stuff over in this zone, which I haven't paid any attention to yet. Which will slow me down when we do. Okay, I'm having pretty horrendous luck on the rares by the looks of things. All nitros up. That's better. Nope, that was the wrong dude. Whoops. One, two, three, four, five. All in spread out locations now. When you got that 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, literally one in every quadrant of the map, and then one dead center. This is where it starts getting like really poor to farm them. Doggo, what's up? You're not happy today, are you? You're just not happy today. No, you're way ahead of schedule, dog. It's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Dinner time's 5. Poor doggo. She's not happy. I don't know why. I have a sneaky suspicion I know why. Both of our dogs have been by themselves quite a lot this weekend because we were busy. She's probably lost her sense of timings. She wants some fuss, some playtime. I'm going to go hand in my market research, actually. That's a good way to kill 30 seconds, whilst rares are clearly not doing rare things. Kill you pair, because you always lock me in combat for some reason. Which is annoying. Right, let's bring everything in. Transfer max go. Transfer max go. $519. 5 upgrades.
Watch your back.
Puts us where? 16,500. So how much more is that? 18, 19, 20, 21. 4,500. 9 boxes. 9 boxes. 900. 900 dark food. 900 market research until we hit exalted and can start farming up the boxes. That should be something that I sort of quite highly prioritise, I think. It's a good one to prioritise. Whilst there's still the option of doing it via groups if needs be. What is this flipping... Look at this, dude. I mean, that's Mog, innit? That's Mog, that is. That is some serious Mog. What's the best way of farming the research? Well, 2x4 or 4x4 farming it is probably the best way of doing it, but it's getting into one of those groups. There's a spot at the very top here where people just put down 4 pylons and just pull everything to the centre. I'm quite sure the groups will have something. Dark Fuse 2x4, Dark Fuse rep farming. Dark Fuse rep farm. Dark Fuse farming. There's plenty of groups doing it. You'll need to find a group with less than 4 in it though. Dark Fuse rep farming. There's also somewhat of a requirement for you to bring these things as well, which I think I've put mine in my war bank, haven't I, accidentally?
What you need?
A lot of groups will sort of request you have the Goblin Fuel, which reduces your health, but causes enemies to drop additional market research. Well, that's your own personal bonus. That doesn't affect anybody else, but there's this one, the Prototype Auto Advertiser. Causes nearby enemies to become annoyed, inflicting more damage, but enemies drop additional market research. And I think these stack. This is why 4 groups of 4 does actually also kind of work with these. These Electro Puncher test modules are a bit of a bait. For 100 resonance crystals, and they only have 3 charges apiece, means you can only use them on 3 rares. It's 33 resonance crystals a rare, but causes the rare to drop a little bit more market research.
Keep it quiet.
But it's not a lot. If you've got nothing else to use market research on, sure, use them, but resonance crystals on. Right, let's get some sound kills. Wow, no groups with the world boss. This is too late in the week to be farming shards with world boss. That's the difficulty. That's the difficulty with trying to realm hop doing this. This is why the single account way of doing this is like violently difficult. It's really heavily set up for multi-boxing this one. Which I could and I probably should get set up, but because when the zone gets quiet, you're going to heavily rely on yourself and yourself only. Where's this dumpster then? This one's up on the hill. Is Candy actually up, or is that a bait? No, there we go. How many left? 4. It's really not very optimal to try and kill every rare, by the way. It's just I have this weird affliction on my main character that I feel as if I should. You should probably kill like 4 or 5 rares and then log out, move to the next turn. it's got ages left. I'll tap it a few times anyway. It'll give me a box nonetheless. How many cola cans have I got? Not many. Spent them all.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Sal's not up either. Do I have any weekly activities to finish on this dude before I log on to a different tune? We got the chance for a second checklist. I just don't really want to use the second checklist yet. I'll save these up for a while. Doing anything delve-wise feels kind of useless unless I want to farm up runed crests on this dude. I've not got many runed crests I can still get. I'm nearly at the seasonal cap. That's very odd for me to say, that the heroic crests I'm nearly capped on. Checklist only gives Valor, or am I missing something? It only gives Valor if you turn it back into Chet. Your alternative for the checklists is to turn them into the quartermasters of the sub-cartels. Then they're worth 500 rep each with that sub-cartel. This is how you can push these reps quite fast. I'm Steam Weedle this week. Am I Steam Weedle this week? I can't remember if I'm Steam Weedle this week. I must be Steam Weedle this week, yeah. So I might jump onto a few alts since it's Monday, and I might not reliably do it tomorrow. Push this as far as we can. There's no chance of getting it exalted this week, but we could get further than we are now. Or do I push my delves on some of my alts? Don't know. Choices. Options. Choices, choices. Choices be plenty. Actually, these are some MOG. Get those sent over. What we got here? Oh, knowledgey stuff.
Well. See you around.
Three out of 25. I'll tell you what, I'm almost half tempted to farm up these last 25 or to get the Mechanicas to 75 and then just learn all three mounts and completely forget about the whole lot. That as an option is also very tempting. Let's double check. Let's just casually go through and double check checklists. Hello, what's going on here? I'm getting pinged. Why am I getting pinged? deal with that later. Right, checklist opportunities, if any. Hang on, that needs to go in the war bank. I think I've done the checklist on this dude. Not a good idea to learn, just sell them and then buy them in a month for what will be cheaper. Oh, I know. But that is assuming in a month they will be cheaper. I'm not so convinced that that is actually the case. Knowing how difficult it is to get 25 of them in the first place, I think there is the possibility of people getting one. I'm basically 100% convinced people won't be getting two. So, you know, there'll be some cheap ones knocking around short term, but I'm definitely not convinced they'll stay cheap for very long. People will get itchy to get their gold, which always happens. People will get real itchy to get their cash out, their payday. And those people who get real itchy for their payday will just, you know, they'll undercut their own efforts. But once that stock moves, these are like 5 mil mounts pretty much forever and a day. Okay, this dude has done his checklist, which means I don't need to be too proactive on this farming rares. We can farm rares on a character that also has a checklist to complete. So it might take me a minute to work out which ones still need it. Once again, doesn't have a checklist, which is a good indication that it's completed it this week. I did complete a bunch of checklists at the beginning of the week, but I can't remember how far I got with them. And I haven't found a little add-on or anything that makes it easy to track who's turned one in and who hasn't. Is that a dumpster? That's a dumpster.
Try before you buy, am I right? Let's show them some quality samples. Then they'll come running for more.
Actually thinking about it, getting to Exalted with these sub-factions is going to take ages. 21,000 to go from Revered to Exalted. Even if you have 20 characters doing their checklists, it's still 2 weeks to get from Revered to Exalted. Excluding all other sources of rep, right? You get 3,000 a week just by doing the weeklies once a term, once a week. You get a little bit if you do the side gigs. You get a little bit from world quests. Flipping out. Just getting one to Exalted, even with a bunch of alts, is going to be graft. How do I turn in the lists to the quartermaster? You say hello to them, and there's an item called a finder's fee that they'll give you if you exchange your completed checklist for the finder's fee, and it's just an automatic 500 rep with that faction. Yeah, because 20 characters, 500 a piece, is 10,000 rep. You need 21,000 rep to go from Revered to Exalted. That's it, and that's if you have 20 characters. People who are playing on a single character are going to potentially be farming these sub-faction reps for months. Let's say you're looking at 4,000 to 5,000 rep a week from world quests and weeklies with each sub-faction. That's a month's worth of effort on a single character just to go from revered to exalted. And there's 4 sub-factions you need to do that for. So that's 4 months. And that's assuming you can get to revered quickly, which you can't. It takes a few weeks to get to revered. What's the total rep number? I don't know, it's a lot, isn't it? It's easy. I bet the maths works out to be nearly exactly 6 months to do it. I guarantee. What's the... it's 6,000... It's 6,000... 12,000... and then 21,000, right? Is that right? 6 plus 12 plus 21. 39,000. The actual time spent is pretty low. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. That's true. 39,000 rep. Multiply that by 4 for each sub-faction. You need 156,000 rep at, let's say, 5k a week. Is 31.2 weeks, or surprise, surprise, a little over 6 months. The estimated time for the entire patch. If you play the entire patch every week religiously, you might get those sub-factions all leveled to exalted by the end of the patch, if you play every week. And that is, by the way, before you even consider grinding out the Paragon boxes on those for the mounts that are in them as well, which are 10,000 rep a box. So you might only get 1 Paragon box every 2 weeks. When I talk to the Quartermaster, there's no option to turn in the checklist. A, it's a little bit buggy, but B, there is actually... a... you have to have turned in 2 lists normally first. This, believe it or not, even though it doesn't say it, is actually a hidden requirement to unlocking that finder's fee on the sub-faction. So make sure, yeah, I should have probably mentioned this to begin with. You need to turn in 2 normally. Then you can turn them into Quartermasters. Yeah, it's kind of a vital step of the process, isn't it, really? It's that dumpster. It's also nitro, apparently. It's not nitro. It's a lie.
Get some quick pictures of them for research.
Okay, I've done this, dudes, as well. Flipping out. It's going to take me longer to find out who hasn't done one than it would have done to. Maybe I just work backwards. Hey, there's a crazy-ass idea. Maybe we just work backwards. Start at the bottom and work our way up. That way I know for sure I won't have done a checklist on it. And I won't have to go through all of the characters checking either, will I? I should get 20 level 80s. That'll mean I can do 10 checklists a week, which means I'm guaranteed a Paragon box every week. 20 checklists a week, sorry, on top of everything else. Just quickly scouting at ATT before I close it. We're apparently 67% completed already. We need a bunch more from the world boss, which at 1 per week, that's entirely random. There's a best case scenario 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks worth there. But random do random things. And there's no duplicate protection by the sounds of things, so that's going to be nearly impossible to get all of those. Family Batter of the Undermine. Whole bunch of work that needs to be done on this. Whole bunch of work. That's going to take me a while. Earn 1,000 honor in the Undermine while in war mode. Oh, that's one I'm probably never going to do. Haven't gone around and collected all the battle pets yet. There's some cool ones. You need 40 somethings from mobs to get another list. Yes. But don't forget every character can go get their own list. Every level 80 character, I should say, can go get their own list. And go do it. Chet Mate. Turn in 100 completed Chet lists. Or become Employer of the Month. Progress 2 out of 100. Oh my lord. Turning them into quartermasters doesn't appear to give you progress towards this either. Prove yourself as Chet's most dedicated and hardest working employee. I don't know how that works. Titles are tracked across your count, however your individual character must qualify for certain titles to be able to use it. Employee of the month. No clue how that works. Bilge Water Bombardier. One of the mounts. Blackwater Bone Crusher. Is the Paragon mount there. Bronze Goblin Wave Shredder. It's the Paragon mount from the Dark Fuge. Steam Weedle Supplier. A green rocket this time. Paragon box with the Steam Weedle. And the Venture Co Coordinator is the big yellow mech mount. Loads of Paragon box farming. Loads of Paragon box farming. This is why keeping up with chat lists and stuff is, while it's a little bit of effort now, doing the little bit of effort now while it's the current content always feels like a lot less effort than when you try and go back and do it retroactively. Oh, I need to do all of the races. Yeah, huge amounts of races I need to complete. Actually, if we go and do the pet battles and all of the races, we push this 67% up big time real fast. That's the rogue appearance. Dark Fuse Spy Eye, we need to kill Dark Fuse on as many characters as possible. That's a job for tomorrow probably. To go through all the alts and definitely make sure we've got our chance at that a week. How do you set the rare tracking weak aura to show only in the Undermine? Well, it does by default. The default is it only shows in Undermine. If you go into the custom options of the weak aura though, you can tick the box and untick the box. Sometimes it randomly shows up in other zones and I have to go in the weak aura and tick the box and untick the box again for it to go away. But that seems like a bit of a random bug than anything else. Where's the miscellaneous Mechanica pets? It's these ones, isn't it? Ditty Fuse Boy. Blackwater Keg Mover. How many of these pets are there knocking about right now? Are there many of these? These ones cost between 5 and 10 miscellaneous Mechanica. And if I'm brutally honest, I've not really paid any attention to those. Mostly because my assumption is that they're going to end up being the cheaper ones. Blackwater Keg Mover. Eight across the EU. 8 across the entire EU of a pet. 8 across the entire EU, ranging from 500,000 apiece to gold cap. Oh, no, the gold cap one doesn't exist anymore. But 8 pets. Oh, these people posting them at 50k 5 days ago and 8 days ago. Wow. They literally gave them away. One on BlackRock for 400k apparently. What's the next one? Crimson Mechasaur. Crimson Mechasaur. 6 across the EU. $650k starting price, all the way up to 4 mil. One of these actually, which one? Blackwater and Crimson. These cost 5. Where's the one that costs 10? Well, let's check. Let's go them in order. Mechanofa. Mechanofa. There is only 2 of these across the entire EU. One at 450, one at 600. Professor Punch. Three of them. 500k to 900k. Steam Weedle Flunky. Seven. There's not more than 10 of any of these, even the pets. What are we looking at? 300k on Dentag, 500k on Argent Dawn. And I guess the last one is the one that gives Venture Companyman. Oh, hang on. Hang on, no. Sorry, it's the Professor Punch that costs 8, and it's the Crimson Mechasaur that costs 10. Dog is doing a solid bird impression. I know. I'm not sure what's up with her today. She's been a bit whingy. I'm hoping she's not getting a bad stomach again. She does squeak. Squeak is squeaky, yeah. Yeah. And she squeaks at just high enough decibels that it gets picked up on the mic as well. So I apologise for your ears. 5 of these. Yeah, not more than 10 of any of the pets across the EU right now. And even the cheapest pets are like 400, 500k a piece. This is indicating that people are basically valuing these Mechanicas at 100k a piece. Like, whatever you choose to spend them on, they're looking at about 100k a piece. Whether it be converting them into pets, mounts, whatever. Now, I think my assumption is long term that we'll find that the pets will dip below that 100k per Mechanica, because collecting 5 of them is significantly easier than collecting 25 of them. Plus, I would actually say that selling them, I would say selling the pets is probably more challenging than selling the mounts even. Everybody in the game would love a cool new super shiny, super rare mount. When you sell the pets, you're mostly selling them just to like super duper mega avid pet fans, which I've always noticed are not necessarily the most willing. Pet farmers like farming the pets themselves. Now, I know mount farmers like doing the same, but with the uphill battle of finding 75 of them, some of them might start turning to the auction house. But either way, I still think this farm is going to be crazy for quite a while. And it's not like any single individual is able to farm these Mechanicas so fast that they have the pick of the choice, right? Nearly 4 weeks in, I'm on 53 of the things, right? So, like, your ability for any single individual to just farm up mass amounts of these is so poor. Oh, I already have a checklist by the looks of things. What do we need on this one? We've done nothing. I need to do a bunch of stuff. Boys and girls, A, to save your eardrums, B to save mine, and C, for other reasons. I think other than doing too much farming today, I will leave it there. I will leave it there for today. I will take my dog for a walk, see what is up. Maybe she's just starved for attention, I don't know. But she clearly knows I'm finishing the stream. Don't you, doggo? Don't you, doggos? But anyway, thank you for joining today. We'll be back again tomorrow. Hopefully with slightly less technical issues tomorrow. Yes, Booze, yes, go lie down. We'll be down in a minute. Come say hi on the Discord. Poor dog. Poor dog. I'm going to go be a good human for a while. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.